засвіт стали, означенники похід полу ночі. Заплакала Марсинька свої ясні очі. Заплакала Марсинька свої ясні очі. Не плач, Марсинька, не плач, не журися, краще за свого батька вишньому молися, краще за свого Богу помолися. Світить місяць над водою, а сонця немає. Мати сина в дороженьку слізно проводжає. Мати сина в дороженьку слізно проводжає. Іди, мій синочку, іди, не варися. За 4 неділинки додому вернися. За 4 неділинки додому вернися. Ой, хто знає, чи же вернусь, що в яку годину приймеш мою ж Марусеньку, як рідну дитину. Приймеш мою ж Марусеньку, як рідну дитину, як рідну дитину. Ой, рад би ж я, Марусеньку, ще раніше взяти, та чи ж будеш вона ж мене, синку, шанувати? Синку, шанувати. Не плач, не плач, не журиться, хто не впадайте, загравники, вороники, назад сподівайтесь. Ой, прилучку, прилучку, при широкім полі, при великім табуні, кінь гуляв поволі, при великім табуні, кінь гуляв поволі. Ой, піймаю, заплутаю, шовковою моздою, ой, піймаю, заплутаю, шовковою моздою. Ой, лети, мій коню, та й вихрем несися, проти милої двора, станом становися, проти милої двора, станом становися. Не плач, Марусенька, не плач, не журися, краще за свого милого Богу помолися, краще за свого милого вишньому молися. Без благословіння матері та батька козак ніколи не ступав і кроку. Тому шануйте батьків своїх. Де б вони не були, що б вони не робили, то не ваша справа, то ваша доля. Але батьки від Бога. І біля їхніх стіп двері до раю. Тож будьте з собою, будьте людьми, і буде у вас все гаразд. Батько нас ніколи не полишає. Козацьке слово даю. Най буде.
무작위니 유라시게 How about we start now? We're already a little late. It's already 6:20. Might as well start now. How's everybody doing today? Welcome to today's stream. It is Tuesday, 6:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3:20 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 1:20 a.m. here in the Kiev area, and 2:20 a.m. for the Moscow handlers watching the show. Hope you're all doing well. We got a bunch of things we're going to be covering today, but the big thing is going to be the imminent Ukraine aid vote. So it is true that Ukraine aid already passed the House, but that's the House of Representatives. And in the United States, we have two chambers before a bill is sent to the president's desk to be signed. It has already passed the House of Representatives, which was the big hurdle, but now it has to pass the Senate. There was already a procedural vote on amendments, which failed to complicate the process anymore with more amendments. I saw Mike Lee and many others complaining about this ad nauseum after delaying Ukraine aid for 6 months. You had 6 months to give your opinion. You've given your opinion rightly up to this point. I don't think the problem is that you didn't have enough time to consider Ukraine aid. I think the problem is actually the exact opposite, is that we didn't have any chutzpah. We didn't have any eagerness to get it through. But we're going to be watching the debates and speeches of the different senators as they debate the legislation. It looks like, because I saw the procedural vote, it was 80-19 on moving forward on the voting process and closing down the amendments. It looks like there's going to be a majority of support from both parties. Every single Democrat looks like they're going to come out in support of the bill, or basically every single Democrat. There might be one or two that don't because it's a bundle bill that includes Israel aid. And maybe a little bit under half of Republicans are going to vote against it. But I'm judging a lot based on the procedural vote. But it seems like Mitch McConnell right now is trying to position this to make it so that a majority of Republicans voted in favor. That seems to be Mitch McConnell's goal right now. It's almost certainly going to pass. I don't think there's really anything that could stop it at this point. So it's really just a question of, will a majority of Senate Republicans support it, or a minority of Senate Republicans support it? Because we already know that the vast majority of Democrats, despite maybe one or two, if you include Bernie Sanders as a Democrat instead of an independent, will end up voting against it. But it's a question of the Republican Party. Because if we have majority support in the Republican Party for the bill in the Senate, but just barely minority support for it in the House, then that means that pro-Ukraine Republicans still control the majority in the Senate, even if they don't control the majority in the House of Representatives. As in the majority of votes, not necessarily the people who control House leadership. Hey, look, you guys got a hype train going. Thank you. Hey, can you guys hear like a fan in the background? I have a fan on my computer and it's going crazy, and I just want to make sure it's not messing with the audio quality. Boppin, thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 sub to Oko. Hey, speaking of Oko, look what I'm wearing. I'm bumping the local Ukrainian gas station merch. Thank you so much for the gifted Big Bakerin. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Means sub for 17 months in Gutter Chat. I appreciate that. What else we got here? We got Ziggy Link with the Prime sub being subbed for 3 months. I appreciate that as well. And who else? Who else am I missing? Because we're on a level 2 hype train. Some other people subbed. Somebody else subbed. Somebody else had the sub. Nope, it seems I got them all. And Boppin even gave us sub to Danabo of all people. Dylan, return to Kiev. Attackums follows. Coincidence? Too much. Anyway, we're going to be paying a lot of attention to that tonight. So expect a lot of speeches from people who are not happy about Ukraine aid. But before we do that, can we have a little catharsis? I feel like if we get straight into listening to Mike Lee and JD Vance, because they are going on long, rambling speeches. I'm waiting for one of them to bust out the Green Eggs and Ham book and just start reading. They have a limit for 1 hour, but they're trying to do their best to use up every single hour of that speech time. So, I mean, every single second of that speech time. So I don't know if we're going to watch all of it. And I want to make sure that before we get in that, we have a little, I don't know, maybe therapy. So I think what we could all do to feel a little bit better, people in YouTube chat, gutter chat, site chat, is go over and watch some Russian state television. We'll listen to some Russian state television and what they have to say about the Ukraine aid passing in the United States. Because I heard that Solenyov was not happy. And when I say not happy, I mean not happy. Talking about nuking this, nuking that. Talking about Russia's borders extend to Mexico. I mean, he was going a little off the chain. So we got to check this out. Formed, thank you so much for the primer. I appreciate it. They are not happy. We rushed to bury the West a bit prematurely. You think? I have been saying this for a long time. We are wrong to underestimate its determination. In the beginning of the special military operation, Karen Shakhanov said we shouldn't consider the West to be soft, and we should study their history and understand. This is a predator, regardless of how it appears now. Regardless of perversions it's famous for. Its animalistic, colonial, utterly cutting nature never changed. I gotta say, Russian authors kind of getting into a little bit of, you can't, I mean, they're still a powerful colonial power. The one thing they end up admiring about the United States is not the freedom. It's not any of the freedom of expression, freedom of the press, or any of the things that I would look at the United States. It's the colonial aspect. Remember, they're a good colonial opponent. But this is the thing. Most Russian nationalists will not object to Russia being called an empire. And that's why a lot of the defenders in the West who say that they aren't an empire, I find quite silly. Because if you go to Russian nationalists, many of them will say, in fact, that Russia cannot exist as anything else but an empire. But it seems that Solenyov is trying to smack his audience into saying, hey, look, you can't count the West out yet. They might be gay. They might be cringe. They might not be red-pilled and based at all. But they still are the West. Civil wars are the most cruel and the most frightening. This is the thing about Solenyov, though. On his show, depending on the guests he has on, different people he has on, he'll have one person 1 week saying, civil war in the United States is imminent. Civil war is about to come around the corner. Everybody in America is going to start shooting each other. It's all going to collapse. And then next week he pulls out the, well, you know, I've been saying for forever we're underestimating the West. Like, I mean, maybe people would respect Russian state TV more in Russian society because the polling numbers indicate in Russia that state TV is becoming less and less a trusted state source of news, and the more you watch it, it's not hard to see how it's only being really listened to. While all society, it affects all of society, it is the elderly and those who really have no other options that are primarily relying on state TV for their sources of information. Hell, even the really pro-war people will go to the Telegram accounts and not the state TV for their segments. But if he was consistent on this, and he wasn't going around the paradigm for whatever's convenient and throwing everything at the wall, and that's how Russian propaganda works. It's not, here's one consistent narrative. It's, here's multiple narratives, so if this one fails, then this one will succeed, and if this one fails, then this one will succeed, and you'll just throw so many things at the wall until something sticks. Or somebody gives up and they're inspired with political apathy, saying, I don't know what's true and what isn't. I would say they are off the charts. We are not waging this war as a civil war. We are not using all capabilities at our disposal. In my opinion, this is a colossal mistake. Our humanism and love for humanity are being perceived as our weakness. I was just saying the other day with all of the people in my apartment block here in Kiev that if there's one thing that the Russians are good at, it's their humanitarianism and humanity and love of their fellow man and of the Ukrainian people. That was displayed most clearly when they blew up the Novokakhovka Dam. It was displayed most clearly when we uncovered the largest mass graves since the Yugoslav genocides in occupied territory that was liberated in the counteroffensives. I mean, come on. It's living in another world over there. We are an existential threat for the West. We refuse to accept their supremacy. We are the ones challenging them. Again, they invaded Ukraine. Then the West responded after they saw that the Russians messed up enough that Ukraine might actually have a chance. Like, was it challenging them to invade Ukraine? Or was it challenging them once the West responded to support Ukraine? Maybe it'd be more clear if we were, like, I don't know, invading Chechnya and liberating Chechnya, or invading Belarus and toppling the regime after they cracked down on protesters after their fraud election cycle. But, I mean, they invaded, Ukraine failed, and then we responded the same way they responded when, the Americans failed to fight the Viet Cong and win, and they sent support to the Viet Cong. I mean, this is the way it goes usually. Not China or anybody else is the main existential threat for the West. At this point in time, by the way, the United States does not view it like that. In the conversations on Capitol Hill, a lot of this convo about the Russia-Ukraine war, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, is tinted by the idea that if we were to fail in supporting Ukraine, then the Chinese will view it as a breakdown of American deterrence, because if America can't even afford 0.5% of its GDP to try to keep the peace in Europe, its main export market, then how could anyone begin to believe that America would break a Chinese blockade or risk the lives of American personnel in a destructive war in the Pacific against the Chinese invasion of Taiwan? A lot of it is built on the idea that if we lose in Ukraine, that will degrade our deterrence in East Asia. Now, I'm not saying this to say that that's 100% necessarily true. There's other ways to control for it, but I do think there's at least some truth to it. But a lot of this is built on the idea of looking at the other threat, which a lot of American elite defense planners plan for or consider to be a much more major threat to American, at least power in the world or American influence in the world, and that is Chinese expansion in Asia. There is this so-called pivot to Asia that is real. It doesn't mean a complete abandonment of all American priorities in South America and Europe, etc., but it is real. And American planners are viewing China as the long-term opponent. In fact, many of the opponents of Ukraine aid don't argue against Ukraine aid. Well, actually, it's kind of silly, because on one hand, when you listen to J.D. Vance, he'll say, Russia's too weak. But then in the next word, he'll say, but they're too strong to beat. Right? They're too weak to be important to fight, but they're also too strong to defeat. This is the position that J.D. Vance holds. But the idea is that we need to concentrate on the bigger targets like China. So, I mean, I don't agree. I'm starting to think that Soleniev might be a little Russia-centric here. I think he doesn't know much about how American defense planners view it. At this point in time, we are the only nation that can physically destroy the collective West. Neither Iran or China are capable of that. He's talking about the nuclear arsenal. He's talking about wiping out the world. For different reasons. The main point is that right now, neither Iran or China currently have the capability to cause overwhelming, incapacitating damage to the United States. Well, economically, trade-wise, they absolutely could. There is ways to do damage to the United States, but the idea that China could wipe America off the face of the world, probably not. But they could also still do a lot of damage with a nuclear strike. There is no other West. It's pointless to look at Macron and Schultz. They are nothing. They're just bellhops in the palace of American masters. Now, let me just throw out here, this is the era that a lot of, I think, people who think very from an imperialistic viewpoint fail to, this is a problem that many of them run into. For example, during the war in Vietnam, the United States constantly tried to add pressure on the Soviets and the Chinese under the hope that they would pressure the Viet Cong during the negotiation period when America wanted to withdraw. The problem was the United States heavily overestimated the amount of influence Beijing and Moscow would ultimately have on the Viet Cong, because the Viet Cong were very, very, very much nationalist first, communist second, and even if they were still devoted communists, they were fighting for their own country and they were going to seek out their own interests first. For example, when it came to fight the Khmer Rouge, even though they had a somewhat productive and nice relationship with the Chinese, they still, went in there and fought with the Khmer Rouge. The Vietnamese then later had a war with the Chinese because, again, the Vietnamese were seeking their own interests first. And this kind of reminds me of how a lot of people view the Euromaidan movement, where, it was a CIA coup this and CIA coup that. I think a lot of this is boiled down to the fact that it's very hard for other people in maybe a center of power in the world, maybe in the center of an empire, to view the rest of the world by the sum of its own parts separate from that empire. It could be that, and I think this is the likely scenario, that the people on the ground didn't like getting shot by the police, beat by the police, having protests outlawed, and trying to sneak through legislation in the middle of the night after falling back on campaign promises and trying to restrict civil liberties, after a giant protest movement exploded in the streets already. I think that could have a bunch of reasons that could develop on its own terms. It could be, hey, I don't like these things, so we're going to go out and protest. But for somebody who's conspiratorially minded or imperially minded, it's just, it's an American plot. This is America. This is a color revolution. It was manipulated this, it was manipulated that. These nation states have their own interests. The French and the Germans are not necessarily just going to be America's lapdog. Now, Germany might be a lot more, let's just say, eager to give the defense leadership position to the United States and have them handle it. Makes it a lot simpler for them. But the French have never just followed, in every single war, conflict we went into, the United States completely blindly. The great example would be the invasion of Iraq, which the French were opposed to the point where it became even part of our culture, switching French fries into freedom fries in order to kind of stick it to them because they didn't want to go with us and topple Saddam. Point is, this is simplistic thinking. Simplistic thinking. The United States isn't the only, nation state that has interest in the war in Ukraine. In fact, I would say that European powers have more of a direct interest than even we do, even though I think our interests are very still involved. This should be clearly understood. We should realize our borders go all the way to Mexico. Our borders don't end in the city of Ukraine. Our borders end wherever the security of our country will be ensured. If we need the Atlantic Ocean, it'll be the Atlantic Ocean. But it's impossible to reach these borders. When our 150 million stand against a 500 million. And that's just a European continent. This means we should stop being shy while we watch the invading armies being prepared for when they think the Red Army is exhausted. But it's vanguard engagements with the Ukro-Nazis to strike us in our soft underbelly. To strike us from the north, to strike us from the west. For that, they will attempt to bring Polish troops into Kaliningrad. With the next strike, I can't rule out that they will try to take St. Petersburg. What, did you think the Finns have calmed down? You don't think that they want to take back the territory that they consider theirs and then keep moving further? We see all of their Nazi plans right now. According to which maps is the collective West fighting? With the hands of the Ukraino-Nazis, according to the maps of the Wehrmacht. We should realize they are not planning to surrender. They will not allow Ukraine to surrender. As long as we exist, there is no point where they'll stop until we force them to realize, in the harshest way, the inevitability of their disappearance. This means the consolidation of our country's will and the harshest decisiveness in carrying out our plans. Every time we say, oh no, how could you say this? Not with nuclear weapons. The only reason there is no full-fledged invasion of NATO hordes on the territory of Russia is the fact that we possess nuclear weapons. Let's not think we are confronted by the humanists who cry as they read Tolstoy and Chekhov and a bunch of different artists. Ukrainian, Russian authors. Okay, so, man, where do I even begin here? So, it is very hard to inspire in your people an existential struggle if all that's at stake is territory in another country that wasn't even your country or considered your country by the international community or even openly by your government as like this is part of Russia and this is now internationally ours less than like 10 years ago. Crimea was taken 10 years ago. And so if you're saying we're going to end the world over, something that we didn't even have 10 years ago and what is for most Russians a nice vacation spot, then it's not going to be enough to inspire all the people into action. So it has to be actually, Finland wants to reinvade Russia and take all this land. They're going to take St. Petersburg. They're going to not only take back all the land that we took from Ukraine, but they're going to take St. Petersburg. They're going to invade from the south. They're going to invade from the north. They're going to invade from the west. They're going to invade from the east. They're going to invade from everywhere. They're going to destroy us, and we need to hold them back. We're the only ones willing to confront the degenerate West with our physical force. They have to make it an existential struggle. If Saigon falls, then so shall Washington, I say. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that as of a few years ago, this war wasn't going on and Russia was fine. As of 2014, before they invaded Crimea, nothing was going on and it was fine. And at every point in this war, the Americans have kind of hand-waved the Russians away until they were basically forced into action by the Ukrainian refusal to submit in 2022. In 2014, when the Russians invaded, Obama put it to the side, both due to the elections and due to the fact that they hit the magic reset button, so everything was great and jolly. When the ATO was underway and the Russians were clearly taking their troops, moving them across the border and fighting the United States, we largely stayed silent outside of some small sanctions. The energy relationship between the Russians and the Germans continued to develop. Energy reliance on the Russians continued to develop in Europe. And our relationship with the Russians continued unabated, both under the Obama administration, the Trump administration, and through the early years of the Biden administration as well, up until the big Russian invasion of Ukraine. And when the Russians invaded Ukraine on a larger scale, at a scale that was undeniable to call it anything but full-fledged war, what happened then? The West sent a bunch of javelins, we sent some ammunition, we sent maybe a few artillery guns, and we sat back and waited and watched to see what would happen. If the country would collapse, then no biggie. It's good that we blocked those MiG-29s from being transferred over, because then it would have been embarrassing for the Russians to parade that around. And so we waited, both out of fear of escalation and because we didn't know if the Ukrainians would collapse. And it was then the Russian failure and Ukrainian persistence that convinced us that the Ukrainians were going to be around for at least a while longer. And then we started to send sufficient, or at least somewhat significant, amounts of aid. So the idea that this was all an existential struggle, when the West ignored largely what happened in Chechnya, when the West ignored largely what happened in Georgia, when the West ignored, outside of sanctions, what happened in Crimea, the ATO, etc., that this is an existential struggle. If Russia does not defeat Ukraine, then they're going to lose St. Petersburg. It doesn't pass the sniff test. It's meant to inspire fear that they'll lose everything if they can't take Chasiv Yar. It's ridiculous. Sad. We should liberate our constitutional lands. Our Russian lands. No one like Macron, Biden, or anyone else can ever understand or defeat us. These people on the front lines are salt of the Russian earth. Come on. This feels so contrived. This feels like the type of stuff I would have, like, the fake populist dictator who's totally not a Nazi saying, like, the Marvel movie, you know? Oh, my people are the salt of the earth. It's like stereotypically pondering. They have a feeling of their own dignity. They have the understanding. They aren't just there because of some circumstances. No, this man has chosen this path and is following it. The path of a Russian warrior. The path of light. You know, I mean, or they were conscripted, or they're a prisoner that murdered somebody, and they're serving so they don't have to live the rest of their life in jail. And hopefully when they go home, they won't murder somebody else. Or, I mean, it could be any number of things. The path of the Russian warrior, the path of light, will lead us to victory. I doubt that America will want to enter this game, and that will end with the whole planet being reduced to nuclear ashes, including us and them. I think they will abandon Europe along with its interests for the sake of preserving their own existence. Considering NATO's current policies, I believe that strikes against NATO countries are practically inevitable. It's all about their effectiveness and preventative nature. It's better for us to destroy their cities than to allow them to destroy ours. Let me remind you, right now there are strikes against our cities. I also believe it is necessary, in response to the entry of the French contingent, we should invite the troops of North Korea and Iran to participate in our military actions. Colonel Solovyev hereby concludes his report. Okay, casually mentioning burning the world to ash after they invaded and started failing in a war. Casually mentioning strikes on NATO countries which would violate not only their sovereignty, but could possibly trigger Article 5 and start World War III. Just casually throwing it out there. Oh, who pays for this program? Oh yeah, the Russian government. Just something to remind yourself of. Telegram channel Solovyev. Good morning, country. What a lovely, lovely message from a lovely, lovely man. You often forget, and you have to remind yourself by just tuning into Russian state TV, how demented Russian state TV can be at times. Just a casual mention of Armageddon. Throwing away your people's existence as if it's nothing else, based in pride in the fact that you can't admit that the Russian invasion of Ukraine was a strategic mistake, and that it's led to a lot of horrible, horrible death and destruction of a part of the world, the Ruski Mir, apparently, that you wanted to persevere and protect. And that was the whole purpose of the invasion, was it? To protect the lands that you now kick up the dirt of again and again and again with endless artillery bombardments? I mean, come on. Come on. Russian state TV is in its own league of delusion. And this is the type of stuff that's getting pumped into the homes of millions of Russians. Thankfully, not every Russian watches this and is like, oh, this is the Bible, this is everything. And many of them either think it's openly ridiculous, they ignore it. But this type of rhetoric does have an effect, especially on the troops fighting on the front line. If you can so casually throw out the idea of nuclear annihilation and striking, European cities, and you have to be harsh and destructive, And what type of tone does that set for the soldiers that are going out there to actually fight this war when they see civilian infrastructure that could be possibly hit in a strike? It has a demonstrable effect. Anyway. Gross, but typical of Russian state TV. Let's keep moving. Let's keep moving. Or have they done the vote yet? No, they're still going. Are they still going, or are they voting now? I don't know. Maybe they're going to bring up the next person. So, I guess next we can just go straight into... Maybe we could go straight into the record next. Because they're voting in the Senate. We could talk about that. We can watch some of the Senate speeches. All of this overblown rhetoric just screams weakness. It really has no effect on me. If he was saying stuff like, we're going to glide bomb Kharkiv to the ground, that scares me more because I feel like that's within the realm of possibility, and I could see them actively trying to do that. But when they're talking about like wiping European city out after European city, it's all like bravado. I'm actually disappointed it includes Israel aid. I think it should be separate votes, but the separate vote stuff in the House was just to get it through the House because they don't think it's going to have the same problem in the Senate because there's a Democratic majority leader in the Senate. Okay, let's keep going. So do we just go straight into the votes and we start listening to the speeches? Or do we cover something else first? You know what? I think we can get into the Senate speeches. Where should we start? So right now, in the Senate, they are going through a bunch of procedural measures and otherwise to eventually move over to the Ukraine vote. There's a good chance the vote's going to happen tomorrow, I think. I think that's the likely outcome, that the vote's going to happen tomorrow. And so this right now is just seeing everybody trying to pull out their last-ditches efforts to either block the aid, slow down the aid, give their opinions on the aid, etc. And I wanted to check out, since this is going to be the final vote on the Ukraine aid package that took 6 months, over 6 months to get through, I wanted to check out the type of stuff that was being said in the Senate about this. Where should we start? We could just start with the first speech and we can just skip them if we get bored by them and go through the ones that are interesting. Bernie? I think Bernie did make a speech. Let's see. We have Bernie. I do not see Bernie. I see 0 amounts of Bernie Sanders. 0 amounts of Bernie Sanders. But let's start here because this goes back further than the other one.
Arms ammunition, even on small arms ammunition. That's tying the hands of their commanders at the same time that Russia is revitalizing its war effort.
Actually, do we have the C-SPAN link so we have everything in one spot? Let me look up the C-SPAN link. C-SPAN. Done it. Bernie speech? Boy.
Billion.
27 minutes. God damn. Wow. Okay, he made a speech then, didn't he? Here we go.
C-SPAN, proudly true to our mission for 40-plus years.
Yay, C-SPAN. Wait, is this just the live feed? I thought I was going to be able to see Oh, actually, yes, we do have everything down here. Let's see. Let's see. Where does it start? Where's the first one? Yes, okay, right here. God damn, this is a lot. That old man still has stamina. Man, I'm telling you, Bernie could have been president. People talked about Bernie's aid, but that man could have been president.
We take you live to Capitol.
Objection. So, Mr. President.
Okay. Man, look at, we have so much dialogue today. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, let's get into it. Let's get into it. I think this was the first one of the day.
The Senate convenes in a moment nearly 6 months in the making. A few days ago, the House of Representatives at long last approved essential national security funding for Ukraine, for Israel, for the Indo-Pacific, and for the humanitarian assistance. Today is the Senate's turn to act. For the information of senators, at 1 o'clock this afternoon, the Senate will hold 2 roll call votes related to the supplemental, one on a procedural motion and then a vote to invoke cloture. The time has come to finish the job, to help our friends abroad once and for all. I ask my colleagues to join together to pass the supplemental today as expeditiously as possible, send our friends abroad the aid they have long been waiting for. Let us not delay this. Let us not prolong this. Let us not keep our friends around the world waiting for a moment longer. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Okay, was that it? Now they're calling roll. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, like my good friend from Iowa.
Okay, so we're gonna go to the first one. So this is the first one. Is there others before this, or? Yeah, there are others before this. Did they just skip them? Well, I guess we don't need to listen to Chuck Grassley. Well, then it's Mitch McConnell. You can listen to Mitch, I think, right? Okay, no, here's Grassley. Okay. But Grassley skips Mitch's statement. God damn, why didn't they... man, even C-SPAN doesn't like Mitch McConnell.
To provide for the common defense is one of Congress' primary responsibilities. I've been at this business for quite a while, and I've found that making and explaining sensible decisions about advancing our nation's interests is easier when you start from the right set of assumptions. Here's what I know to be true. American prosperity and security are the products of decades of American leadership. Our global interests come with global responsibilities. Healthy alliances lighten the burden of these responsibilities. And at the end of the day, the primary language of strategic competition is strength. These are the facts that led me to urge presidents of both parties not to abandon Afghanistan to terrorists, to fight efforts from both sides of the aisle to tie America's hands in critical parts of the world.
God, I'd love to see the McConnell plan on a longer Afghanistan occupation.
To push consecutive administrations to equip Ukraine with lethal weapons before Russia escalated. And to continue fighting for the sort of sustained investments in our military and defense industrial base necessary to meet the challenges that we face. the responsibilities of leadership, the value of alliances, the currency of hard power. These are foundational principles. They're not driven by the fickle politics of any one moment. They're tested and proven by the workings of a dangerous world. Today, the Senate sits for a test on behalf of the entire nation. It's a test of American resolve, our readiness, and our willingness to lead. And the stakes of failure are abundantly clear. Failure to help Ukraine stand against Russian aggression now means inviting escalation against our closest treaty allies and trading partners. It means greater risk that American forces.
I think that might be the first time I've heard an American politician on the floor bring up the fact that Europe is our main export market. But he didn't even bring up that. He just said that we're trading partners.
To become involved in conflict, it means more costly deployments of our military and steeper military requirements to defend against aggression. Failure to reestablish deterrence against Iran means encouraging unchecked terrorist violence against American personnel, our ally Israel, and the international commerce that underpins our prosperity. And failure to match the pacing threat, the People's Republic of China, means jeopardizing the entire system of alliances that preserve American interests and reinforce American leadership. Colleagues on both sides of the aisle who dismiss the value of our allies and partners ignore what history teaches about times when we lacked such friendships. Our adversaries understand the stakes, and they're responding with a coordinated full-court press. Iran and North Korea are literally arming Russia's war in Ukraine. China is helping Iran skirt international sanctions. A, quote, friendship without limits, end quote, has blossomed between.
And I don't think I've ever seen somebody live at half speed before. 0.5 speed IRL. Man. Was he always like this? I can't remember if he was always not a fast talker, right? He always took his time with the draw and everything, you know, but he is slowing down a little bit. God, age catches up with everyone.
In Moscow and Beijing. The authoritarians of the world may have caught the West flat-footed. They may be betting big that American influence is in decline. But increasingly, our friends understand the stakes, too. In Asia, nations with every excuse to be preoccupied by Chinese aggression understand that, in fact, defeating authoritarian conquests halfway around the world is actually in their interest. They know China will benefit from Russian advances, and they know Beijing is waiting for us to waver. In Europe, allies that had long neglected the responsibilities of collective security are making historic new investments in their own defense. Finland and Sweden, two high-tech nations, responded to Russian escalation by bringing real military capabilities to the most successful military alliance in world history. And when the House passed the supplemental last week, the Prime Minister of Sweden reiterated that our allies have even more work to do. The holiday from history is over.
Holiday from
East,
history is over. Francis Fukushima. Wait, what's it? Francis Fukushima? Fukushima. Francis Fukushima. He's rolling, man. He's not dead yet, so he can't be rolling in his grave, but he's mightily disappointed.
This ally is locked in a fight for its right to literally exist. The people of Israel require no reminders of the stakes of hard power competition.
Rolling in his bed.
Or deterrence. The only remaining question is whether America does. Do our colleagues share the view of the Japanese Prime Minister that, quote, the leadership of the United States is indispensable, end quote? Or would we rather abdicate both the responsibilities and the benefits of global leadership?
Thanks for the sub, Bobby Duke.
Will the Senate indulge the fantasy of pulling up a drawbridge? Will we persist in the 21st century with an approach that failed in the 20th?
I mean, if you go through American history, right? A European confronted me with this recently, and I laughed at it. America has a period of an isolationism, which then hits a brutal wall of failure, and then they overcome it. Then they hit another period of isolationism, which then hits a brutal wall of failure, and then they overcome it. And then another period of isolationism before overcoming it. Is again and again and again and again. It's not just us. Other countries have gone through this cycle before too, like the Japanese, for example. They're kind of notorious for it, and we've kind of confronted on that issue before in quite explosive ways, often recreated. But I mean, like, I'm not gonna come out here and say Mitch McConnell knocking them out of the park. I mean, Mitch McConnell knocking the softballs out of the park, I guess you could say, which I don't know if you can give him incredible credit for, but in that party, I don't know.
Or will we dispense with the myth of isolationism?
Hey, Bobby Duke, you just gifted a ton of subs, didn't you? Thank you for gifting 10 tier 1 subs in Gutter Chat. My goodness. Me and Jeff Bezos, or whoever owns Twitch now, because that's confusing, thanks you. To Pale Moon Queen, to Astro Lycos, to Kuyu, CC, Eddie Bombay, Flicker, is it Flicker? Either way, 23, DOS Caffeine, Granny Pantaloons, I like that name, Luffy98, Dr. JW, and Stefan. Thank you. Look at all that. Look at all those gifted subs for all the Gutterinos. They don't get charity often, so you better savor it.
And embrace reality. For those who insist that America cannot do what the moment requires, the facts are inconveniently clear. First, supplemental investment in the capabilities America and our friends need to defeat Russian aggression are not a distraction from China. Without the investments we've made over the past 2 years, America's defense industrial base would be even further behind.
This is true. Where a lot of other countries are using their lion's share of their aid all to go to Ukraine, or the vast majority of it to go to Ukraine, the United States, instead of focusing the extra stuff in like humanitarian aid or trying to like do plans for reconstruction way after the war, it's been mostly focused on investing into our own, and I hate to use the word because it's a buzzword now, military industrial complex, so we'd be able to have an industry that can deal with a war that has some attrition attached to it and not just blowing up, terrorists hiding in caves, which is going to take a little bit more industry and not just artisanal missile making capacity.
The clear requirement.
For example, the difference between the Ukraine aid bill and not passing it for artillery production is the difference between the end of 2025 going into 2026, seeing 100,000 over 100,000 shells produced every month versus 75,000 shells produced every month, which is a significant difference. Definitely when those shells are not just going out to support Ukraine, but other American allies as well.
Of long-term competition with the PRC. Don't believe me? Just ask the former chairman of the House Select Committee on...
In fact, I remember Perone in his YouTube channel, I was listening to one of his videos on the defense industrial base recently, and he made the point that as a Chinese official, you must be very happy with the Russians because you kind of woke up the American defense industrial base to a problem, which is that while they can make some of the most high-tech, amazing, artisanal, and beautiful missiles in the world, if you can only make 100 of them per annum, what does that matter if you've got 2,000 shittier missiles? They might not be the best, but they can be used, and they can be used interchangeably between different defense systems, between different American allies. Like, there's a question to be had of, did the Russian invasion of Ukraine slap America awake? I think a little bit of this is hyperbole. I do think to some degree it just made the most evident, because when people went to the factories to order the shells, the factory said, we don't have them. And once you interact with that, like, you have the money to purchase the shells, you have the metal to make the shells, but you don't have the propellant for the shells, or you have all the parts for the missile, but you don't have the human capital to make Stinger missiles, so you got to call people who are over 70 years old out of retirement to work on the Stinger missile lines, or you don't have enough rocket engines, and so you need to find a new way to get rocket engines. And so once you actually have to go out there and do it, I think you interact with it in a way that wakes you up a little bit more than just report after report saying China will be ready by 2030 to do this, to do that.
Chinese Communist Party, who stayed in Congress long enough to support the legislation now before us.
Again, those reports about China building up, for example, its naval capacity, building a ton of ships, possibly, drone swarm technology, these arms races, this was already being talked about. I just think the war in Ukraine made a lot of the defense industrial base's flaws most evident.
Second, supplemental investments have expanded our capacity to produce critical munitions. This SUP contains additional...
By the way, I'm not kidding when I say they called people who are over the age of 70 out of retirement to work to get Stinger missiles back in production because of their usefulness in the war in Ukraine.
Investments aimed at expanding production capacity.
It's not something you can just snap your fingers. Like, if there's somebody who has that knowledge, you can't just bestow that knowledge magically onto another person. You need that human capital. And a lot of the weapons that have been used to great effectiveness during this war that was developed during the Cold War, the people who'd worked on those systems are either dead or retired. And if you're not training people on that for years, and you're going to need years of studied experience on top of years of on-the-job experience, you can't just manifest that. That's experience that is literally leaving in real time. Of course, as you make more modern weapon systems, that's more useful, but a lot of the war in Ukraine has been supplemented by Cold War stockpiles and by, for example, Stingers.
Of critical munitions and weapon systems needed in the Indo-Pacific. Higher production rates and lower unit costs of critical munitions are a no-brainer for colleagues who are actually interested in strategic competition with the PRC. Colleagues on the other side of the aisle who say they're concerned over the defense industrial base today would have done well to have joined me months before Russian escalation in Ukraine in supporting a massive proposed investment under reconciliation led by our former colleagues, Senator Shelby and Senator Inhofe. If some of our Republican colleagues hadn't joined the Democratic leader in opposition, we would have begun to rebuild our capacity even sooner. And finally, investment in American hard power and leadership isn't coddling our allies. By every objective measure, it helped drive our allies to make historic investments of their own in collective defense. Across Europe, the acceleration of defense spending is outpacing our own. And right now, allies and partners from Europe to the Indo-Pacific have contracted more than $100 billion worth of cutting-edge American weapons and capabilities. That's right. Our allies across the world are buying expensive, sophisticated American weapons produced in American factories by American workers. Do my colleagues really think that will continue if America decides that global leadership is too heavy a burden? So much of the hesitation and short-sightedness that has delayed this moment is premised on sheer fiction, and I take no pleasure in rebutting misguided fantasies.
Woo! That's Mitch McConnell for shut the fuck up, Marjorie! Shut up! You don't know what you're talking about! Shut up! Sorry.
Wish, sincerely, that recognizing
I know it's not as excitable, but you gotta translate to turtle speak.
the responsibilities of American leadership was the price of admission for serious conversations about the future of our national security. Make no mistake, delay in providing Ukraine the weapons to defend itself has strained the prospects of defeating Russian aggression.
True. That is true. We actually have a document here that was produced by the Kiev Independent. Chris York. I had lunch with Chris York. Nice guy. He used to do work with the Kiev Post, who, I mean, I wasn't going to do work with the Kiev Post. But now that he works at the Kiev Independent, man, maybe I'll talk to him again. Kidding. But he released an article where he goes into the details of what impact the speed of the aid being slowed down for 6 months could have had on the battlefield. And they talk about the land that has been taken since October, considering that September is when this was supposed to be passed. And they talk about like 583 square kilometers of territory that was taken, largely due in large part by a lack of artillery ammunition, which is something that's crucially needed on the front lines. Talked about the spike in losses of civilians over the December and January period, as you can see. And I know this data is incomplete for a bunch of reasons, because first off, you're not including occupied territory, so there's probably more civilian deaths in here, as you can see, the killed and injured. But for the months of December and January, when the air defense equation for the Ukrainians got particularly bad, you're starting to see it spike up again, as it was starting to come down towards the end of 2023, as the air defense was helping to stabilize the situation. But of course, it's hard to take too much out of this data for how many exact civilians died due to a lack of air defense capacity. But it is true that more missiles were able to get through, and some of those missiles ended up killing civilians. So it's hard to know exactly how much damage was done, either on the front line when it comes to Ukrainian soldier losses, since those numbers are not published. The only number we've ever gotten from the Ukrainian government is 30,000 dead, which, I mean, that's at least a starting point for predictions, if not, the total number. And that only includes dead, not injured. And there's always more injured than there are dead. It's hard to take too much out of this, but to say that it didn't have an impact on the Battle of Avdiivka, and I mean, the Russians still took big losses in Avdiivka. I think it was January and February alone, the Russians took like 20,000 casualties. They lost tons of vehicles. But if there was more artillery, if there was more anti-tank weapons, if there was more drones, if they had more long-range munitions to strain their supply lines further, maybe. I mean, I don't know if they could have held on to Avdiivka. This is kind of shoulda, coulda, woulda, trying to redirect history, alternative history scenario, stuff that I don't want to engage in, because there's so many different factors that I would be unable to control for. But at the very least, it could have had a bigger impact on the battlefield. Where were we? Oh, yes, C-SPAN.
Dithering and hesitation have compounded the challenges we face. Today's action is overdue, but our work does not end here. Trust in American resolve is not rebuilt overnight. Expanding and restocking the arsenal of democracy doesn't just happen by magic. And even as our allies take on a greater share of the burden of collective security, our obligation to invest in our own defense is as serious as ever. So I'll continue to hold the Commander-in-Chief to account for allowing American adversaries to deter us.
Okay, but if he's saying that the withdrawal from Afghanistan broke down American deterrence, which I would argue, like, I would say that much of the motions that Putin was going into was already starting before we even did the withdrawal, and the disastrous, withdrawal killed a lot of people. And of course it was going to be messy, but it was particularly messy. People falling out of planes. Nobody's going to point to a plane. People fall off the side and say, oh yeah, that was perfectly fine. That happens during every withdrawal. But those motions were already in place, and Russian aggression against Ukraine was already happening way before. But the motions for this new war was happening before the withdrawal. At least the first, conversations and breakdowns of conversations and communication was. And people who try to predict when Putin made the decision predict it a little bit before the decision or the pullout actually occurred. So it's hard for me to make that connection because I don't think the timeline really matches up. But also, I mean, we were in Afghanistan for 20 years. Like, if you see an army fighting a country for 20 years and pull out, I mean, is the conclusion necessarily that, oh, that shows they're weak? Or is the conclusion, goddamn, 20 years? 20 years? We did 10. The Soviets did 10 in Afghanistan. We did 20 and our deterrence broke down? It's hard for me to do the math. Not to mention, there's other ways that a president could control for deterrence and try to increase it in areas like Europe and Asia by showing like, hey, Afghanistan's different. We were there for 20 years. It had to do with the issue of terrorism, not the issue of geopolitical balancing. We prioritize this issue more since we think we've already killed Osama. We've solved this issue in our mind. So I don't know. I think putting too much weight of this war on the war in Afghanistan and the withdrawal, I think it's bold, but too bold.
In the face of escalation and providing anything less than full support for allies like Israel as they fight to restore their security and their sovereignty.
Yo, can I just throw out there, we got 600 people watching on YouTube. We only have 163 likes. I would appreciate if you just hit that little up to button. Hey, just because I'm demonetized on YouTube doesn't mean no one has to watch the stream and no one has to like it.
At the same time, I will not mince words when members of my own party take the responsibilities of American leadership lightly. Today, the Senate faces a test, and we must not fail it.
Okay, Mitch, we're moving on. Okay, good job, Mitch. You stood up the whole time.
Call the roll.
Okay, Grassley's next.
Mr. President, a recent article by Peter Pomerantsev in Time magazine starts this way. It's about
We're all doing 70 and 80 and above. No senator under the age of 70 years old is allowed to speak today.
Held prisoner by...
I think Chuck Grassley's literally 81 or something. How old is Chuck Grassley? I think he might act... Chuck Grassley. He's old. He is 90 years old. Never mind. I'm sorry. I just thought he looked terribly young just in his 80s. Oh, he's such a handsome 80-something. Oh no, just in his 90s. He looks young for 90.
Recent article by Peter Pomerantsev in Time magazine starts this way.
And he still talks faster than McConnell. I'm sorry.
It's about a Ukrainian held prisoner by the Russians.
All I really care about is I don't care how old somebody is, as long as their mind and their decision making is fine, I'm okay with it. If they could literally not be able to speak, as long as they can communicate and I know their mind's fine, I don't care about how old somebody is. Because, if you're in your 90s, right, you're not going to be able to do much physical labor. But if you still want to occupy your time with trying to reform the country and make it better, I guess that's fine. But I do believe in routine cognitive tests. I do believe in that.
So I quote, after they beat Azatian so bad that blood came out of his ears, after they sent electric shocks up his genitals, after they whacked him with pipes.
Okay, let's go back. We're talking about electric shocks to genitals. I feel like I missed something. And it's kind of hard to hear it. I wish we could put up the volume a little bit more. I'll just be quiet and hope for the best.
A recent article by Peter
Planet of Hats has
Parantsev
donated $5. Finally, this gets done. High five for my honorary Ukrainian, DylanBurnsLIVE.
I don't know if I've earned the title of honorary Ukrainian. I'm not even a big fan of Salo. I can't be an honorary Ukrainian if I don't like Salo. And I keep destroying all your nation's food by taking Old Bay canisters from the States and dumping it all over it to resolve my homesickness. But I'll take it for today, and just today. And that was Anastasia's name for me, by the way. It was Burnsenko. I forget there was other nicknames, but that's the one now everybody uses.
The role be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, a recent article by Peter Parantsev in Time magazine starts this way. It's about a Ukrainian held prisoner by the Russians. So I quote, after they beat Azatian so bad that blood came out of his ears, after they sent electric shocks up his genitals, after they whacked him with pipes and truncheons, the Russians began to interrogate him about his faith. When did you become a Baptist? When did you become an American spy?
Okay, so I want to give you guys a little introduction to what Chuck Grassley's talking about. So the big thing that I've been seeing pushed by the, I don't know if you're going to call them the pro-Russian Americans or whatever you want to call them, the Putin simps in Congress. And one thing that's pushed by Marjorie is the idea that the Russians are actually defending Christianity in Ukraine. But it's crazy to hear that from like congressmen from Georgia and states that have such a high Baptist and evangelical community population, and specifically in their political base, when the Russians have been, and I thought this was common knowledge for anybody that's paid attention to the war, but I guess it isn't, and I got to keep bringing it up. The Russians have been terribly brutal towards Christian minorities in Ukraine. If you are not following their interpretation of the Christian faith, the Russian Orthodox Church, which operates, whether or not people want to acknowledge or not, as an extension of the Russian state, with the head of the Russian Orthodox Church saying that if you go to Ukraine and you die fighting the Ukrainians, you will go to heaven. Horribly corrupt institution. The Russians have used it for spying. They have used it for influence peddling. They have used it as an extension of Russia's both soft and intelligence power, because they have tried to use it to not only spy in the United States, but presumably in Ukraine as well, since there's a lot more Orthodox Christians in there. The Russian Orthodox Church, while going by a different name in Ukraine, because there's a Ukrainian chapter, has a lot more influence, has a lot more people to work with. And so I think a lot of people have kept this conversation, and this has been good for the Russians, within the realm of what constrictions can the Ukrainian government place upon the Russian Orthodox Church, which has operated as an extension of the Russian state, while still respecting religious liberty. But as that is going on, evangelicals, Baptists, and Protestants of different stripes have been treated terribly in occupied territory. I mean, since the beginning of this war, the Russian Orthodox Army, which is a military formation in the Donbass, fighting on behalf of the Russians, have tortured Christian Protestants, have killed evangelicals, gutted them, shot them, blew up their cars. Tons of Baptist churches had been taken over and been replaced by military bases after they demolished the churches. I know a lot of Protestants that have been displaced and have no dream of going back to their homes in Donetsk. Well, they do have dreams of it. There's no chance it's happening anytime soon because of how they were treated in occupied territory. And it feels like that part of the conversation, the torture of Christian minorities, had been ignored, even though these Christian minorities make up a plurality of the Christian communities in the United States, because Baptist churches are popular in America. Evangelicals have come from the United States, right? So it's weird that this conversation has been shifted specifically on the political and religious freedom of the Russian Orthodox Church as it's operating as an extension of the Russian state and helping them perform a war in Ukraine. and their freedoms within Ukraine, and not the people who are getting executed by Russian soldiers, having their churches destroyed, and not, for example, having the Kiev church not have its lease renewed with the Russian Orthodox Church and instead being turned over to the independent Ukrainian Church of Ukraine. Like these are two totally different religious conversations, and to me it's very suspicious that we're seeing people on the House floor go out there and defend the Russian Orthodox Church as an institution that must be protected, but then the religious groups that make up their own constituency are completely ignored, and their religious persecution is completely ignored. And so it is nice, even though, again, not a Chuck Grassley fan, to at least see that brought some attention on the House floor. I actually saw that a Ukrainian Christian, an evangelical, had a meeting with Mike Johnson, one who had his wife and son killed by Russian bombardment. And I wonder if that had any impact on Mike Johnson, seeing as he is a deeply religious man. And that I believe he believes in his faith.
Hassan tried to explain that in Ukraine there was freedom of religion. You could choose your faith. But his torturers saw the world the same way as their predecessors at the KGB did. An American church is a front for the American state. Since Soviet times, that's the end of the quote, Mr. President. Since Soviet times, the Russian Orthodox Church has been used as a tool of the state, so Russians assume Protestants in Ukraine are American agents. The world was horrified after the Kyiv suburb of Bucha was liberated, revealing that civilians had been massacred simply for being loyal Ukrainians. But Bucha is not an exception. In every part of Ukraine that Russia has occupied, civilians have been murdered, women systematically raped, and Christians not loyal to Moscow have been persecuted, tortured, and killed. Every day, the Russian military fires rockets, drones, and shells at civilian areas to demoralize the population in hopes of taking more Ukrainian land. And yet, with every Russian missile attack, every Ukrainian town destroyed, and every report of murdered pastors, the Ukrainian people become more determined to prevent any more territory falling under Russian occupation. And you can understand why calls for some American politicians to negotiate with Russia seems so absurd to Ukrainians under daily attack. Ukraine knows that if it allows any more territory to fall under Russian control, it will mean more Ukrainians tortured and killed. Likewise, for most Ukrainians, giving up on their fellow countrymen currently suffering under Russian occupation is an unthinkable. There is also zero indication for Russia that Russia is looking to negotiate. The lack of any new U.S. military assistance from Congress for over a year has actually bolstered Putin's belief that he can outlast the West despite being outnumbered and outmatched in economic and military power. Now, we all know that Russia is in violation of multiple treaties recognizing Ukraine's borders and promising to respect its sovereignty. Start out with the United Nations Charter that guarantees the sovereignty of individual countries. But beyond that, the United States and Russia, plus the United Kingdom, all signed the Budapest Memorandum in 1993, in which Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons inherited from the Soviet Union in return for a guarantee of sovereignty and territorial integrity. If you believe in the rule of law, that Budapest Memorandum ought to mean something. Just like in 2014, if Russia gets away with any territory it took by force.
Do you think we could let these guys take like little naps in the middle of their speeches when they get tired? So, you know, make sure they have enough energy to finish it. I think that'd be nice.
It will send the message that force pays off. Before long, Russia will be back for far more territory. And who is to say that they would stop with Ukraine? Anyone claiming that there is no threat to the rest of Europe is choosing to ignore comments by peoples in Putin's inner circle.
Dude, if I was Chuck Grassley, I'd fuck with people so long, like so much. If I'm 90 years old, I just throw out different wars that I totally wasn't alive during and just see if anybody calls me out on it. Would I, or like wasn't a senator or wasn't in politics? Look, this reminds me a lot of what those Austro-Hungarians wanted to do with the German lands. I mean, I was not a fan of that. I voted against that. I was a big opponent. opponent. You know, me and Archduke Ferdinand go back. We go back. We used to be drinking buddies, but you know, now when he tries to drink, it's kind of hard because it spills out due to the hole in him. Ha 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 ha. Oh, that's old jokes. I mean, if you're 90 years old, I mean, I try to take advantage of it as much as possible. When I'm old, I want to be the most old man possible. I want to lean into it like 120%.
Threatening NATO allies like Poland and the Baltic countries. I think Putin made it very clear back in 2005 when he said, quote, "The demise of the Soviet Union was the greatest geopolitical disaster of the century."
As somebody who was there at both the creation and fall of the Soviet Union.
We all hear...
Wait, he's 90. No, not almost at the creation, almost.
Putin talking a lot about Peter the Great and restoring the Russian Empire. The Russian Empire grew and grew throughout history, irrespective of national, ethnic, religious, or cultural borders. That provides the context when Putin repeats the phrase, and I quote, "Russia's borders do not end anywhere," end of quote. I believe in the lessons that we took from World War II for the Cold War, that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. When we see the flame of aggression, we ought to stamp it out before the whole world is engulfed. Neville Chamberlain bet everything on the hope that letting Hitler take Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia would satisfy him, and there would be, according to his own words, peace in our time. It's not 1938, but it could be, and hopefully no world war confronts us like it did in 1938 when Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain made that trip to Germany and had that meeting that ended with the words, "Peace in our time." We all know that Hitler took the rest of Czechoslovakia and then, in a short period of time, invaded Poland. We stayed out of that war until we were attacked at Pearl Harbor, and then World War II was raging both in the Pacific and in Europe. So, can we learn from history? Today, we have to decide again whether to respond to aggression with strength while the threat is manageable, or opt for appeasement and hope against experience that it will not lead to a wider war as it did in the late 1930s. Think about how much was lost in World War II, not just in dollars, but in American lives. Now think about how much it would cost in American blood and treasure if Russia is emboldened to attack a NATO ally, and Article 5 of the NATO treaty would kick in, and all 31 countries would be involved in that effort, and the United States would likewise be involved. Now, the United States has been spending about 5% of our annual military budget to arm Ukraine, and U.S. intelligence believe the war has severely degraded Russia's military power and its ability to threaten NATO allies. Ukraine has taken back about half the territory Russia occupied in 2022. But
just found beep, 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 beep. Is this true? Her ambassador. Will we also produce patriots in Ukraine? Indeed, this task is before us. During the 2 visits of President Zelensky to the USA in September and December, we mostly discussed the issue of their joint production. Between the visits, there were already 2 meetings of Ukrainian American businessmen, because Patriot is several companies that produce different parts of the complex. So we are actively working on it. We cannot do without the fact that we ourselves produce at a minimum significant part of the components and at the most the finished product, because we understand that even after a victory, Russia will not go anywhere. Now, the visit of the Prime Minister of Ukraine, the Minister of Finance, and the head of the National Bank, who came for meetings at the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, but also at meetings with business, where one of the key discussions was precisely about investments in the military-industrial complex that just ended. Complex and collaborative work involving individual materials such as rare earth metals. Patriots, I mean, they couldn't produce much per atom, right? It'd be a small amount, but I guess you have to start somewhere. Having some stuff produced domestically would be good. I saw the Danes, instead of trying to build up their own domestic, like, industrial military production, they were going to invest millions into local Ukrainian production. I saw Rheinmetall was going to open some companies in Ukraine, too. Some factories in Ukraine, which makes sense. I mean, short supply line. These locations can, of course, be hit by Russian missiles, so there's a risk that comes with hosting these in Ukraine. But also, there's no threat of, these factories being shut down and told, sorry, we don't support Ukraine anymore.
without American aid, Ukraine is out of ammunition, and Russia sees an opportunity. Europe has spent more than twice as much as the United States on aid to Ukraine in total dollars.
True. Man, it's good to hear Republicans say that, actually. It is good. I haven't heard a Republican say that on that. I've only seen Democrats say that on the floor.
Think of the humanitarian aid that Europe lends to all those millions of Ukrainians that have sought refuge in other countries. Now, compared to Europe, when you look at it as a share of the economy, the United States ranks number 32.
That is true.
Number
oh my God,
one.
that's another. You must be using the Kiel Institute numbers. I've never seen a Republican use those numbers before. Well, that also contradicts Trump directly in his previous statements. That might be why.
Rankings, Estonia has provided more than 12 times as much assistance as a share of its economy, because Estonia knows what it's like to be occupied by the Soviet Union from 1940 to 1991. Europe has stepped up big time, keep finding ways to do more. You read daily in the newspapers about European leaders wondering whether the United States Congress is going to step up, and they've tried to fill in the vacuum while we are here waiting to make a decision on more help for Ukraine. Now, the Czechs and the Estonians have led two efforts to pool Europe's funds to purchase shells from other countries to patch the gap left by the United States while Congress dithers on this issue. But the Czechs and Estonians do not have the military-industrial base that we do, so they cannot do it all. Opponents of Ukraine aid started talking down our industrial base ability to produce everything needed to stop Russian aggression, while also preparing for China, which may just follow Russia's example against Taiwan if Russia is successful in the Ukraine. These people argue that Ukraine can't win, so we should cut our losses and worry about China. I disagree. The fact is, Russia has lost much of its experienced military and advanced equipment. Russia does have a vast population and has put its economy on full war footing, so it has been able to reconstitute. However, Russian soldiers are poorly trained, and morale of these Russian soldiers is in the toilet. Russia has resorted to its old tactic of meat assaults.
Meat assaults on the House floor, huh?
Where hundreds of poorly trained infantry try to overwhelm Ukrainian defenses with sheer numbers and great deaths. Russia has only been able to make incremental advances while taking huge casualties in the face of superior Ukrainian morale.
Yeah, he needs to go further. They want to do meat assaults. I believe that in the United States, our meat is better than their meat. The Ukrainians have better meat than the Russians. That's what I want. I want them to take a proud stance. Okay, who's next after Chuck Grassley? Next we have Senator Sullivan. Okay.
Equipment. Russia's economy is feeling the strain. Word has gotten out about how freely Russian commanders sacrifice the lives of their soldiers. It will only get a lot harder to replace the tens of thousands of Russian soldiers sent to their death in Ukraine. Russia is pinning its hopes on U.S. military aid not coming and Ukraine running out of ammunition. I, for one, am happy to help dash Putin's hopes. The good news is that our defense industrial base is ramping up. That includes the Iowa Army ammunition plant, which has more than doubled production.
This is something that's not getting brought up a lot, is for a lot of these people too, these packages include expansion plans for the defense industry in states like Texas, Iowa, Pennsylvania. And so if you're from these states, it makes it a lot harder to vote against this legislation. Because, hey, all you need is one primary opponent to say, Senator so-and-so voted against bringing hundreds of jobs to our county. Why? Because he wanted Russia to win more than he wanted the Ukrainians to, or like and I mean, like, you can say that's not going to work, but once you enter that element of immediate, like, interest of, oh wait, there's more jobs in the district, politicians do think about that. So, something to think about.
Ammunition plant, which has more than doubled production using its current facilities. It is also undergoing a major modernization program accelerated by previous Ukraine supplemental bills.
True.
In the near future,
That's true.
we
Like
will have
every
a
single
brand-
Ukraine aid bill has like a big chunk of money, like 30% of it or something, that is allocated to modernize our industrial capacity and expand it so we can produce more shells, more bombs, etc. And the argument has been, well, down the line, that'll help the Ukrainians more in their fight, which, I mean, is true, but that's also only true if we continue to supply them, which, I mean, that is going to take some political work. But either way, that still benefits the American defense industrial base.
New facility that will be able to produce many more 155 millimeter shells and do it much faster. Those arguing that the United States is no longer...
Again, man, the Chinese cannot be happy about all of this new investments into America's defense industry and its production capacity, which China would have seen as its main advantage going into a war with the United States.
Up to the task of producing the necessary military equipment are underestimating our economy. I am reminded of President Biden's famous 1979 malaise speech, where he identified a crisis of confidence among the American people. That was 1979. In 1980, Ronald Reagan came along with his signature optimism that America's best days are ahead. And he worked to overcome the challenges that we faced, including the lagging economy and an under-resourced military. Just recently, the Japanese Prime Minister spoke to our Congress and delivered a message as a very good friend. He said he detected an undercurrent of self-doubt about Americans. The Japanese Prime Minister spoke movingly about the role of American leadership in championing freedom and fostering the stability and prosperity of nations like Japan. That Japanese Prime Minister explained that while American leadership is indispensable, Americans are not alone in this world. With allies like Japan and many countries in Europe stepping up, the free world has never been stronger or more united. So this is hardly a time for a crisis of confidence. In fact, I'm shocked to hear some people in my own party, the Republican Party, accepting American decline and advocating a return to the Obama head-in-the-sand policy towards Russia.
Damn, that's the worst insult you can give a colleague. You're Obama.
Remember back then, Obama was so afraid of escalation that he tried to appease Putin after Russia's 2014 invasion of Ukraine. Look at that mistake we've made. Do we want to overdo it again? Obama refused to provide any lethal aid, not one bullet for Ukraine under Obama. He pushed Ukraine to negotiate with a gun to its head. President Trump came in, reversed the Obama policy, and provided equipment and training to Ukrainian military.
That's such bad framing. It wasn't Trump that did that. It was Congress that passed it. And then Trump held up the aid in order to try to get dirt on Hunter Biden. And then after that failed, he was just like, fuck it. And then they let it through. I mean, how much credit do you want to give Donald Trump for somebody else pushing it through and Trump letting it happen after delaying it? And if you're the Russians and you're talking about here as, wow, this is an example of Trump deterring the Russians, what message do you take from that? Trump allows the aid to get through after delaying it for dirt on Hunter Biden, considering the fact that the Russians also tried to hack and get information to benefit the Trump campaign on multiple occasions. What do you think to the Russians seems like is Trump's interest here as a person with a lot of self-importance? It doesn't seem like the defense is the main priority. It seems like Trump's personal benefit and him trying to use the weapons to increase his odds going into a campaign was the priority. Does that really increase deterrence? I dispute that.
Military. Thank God Trump did that. The javelins provided by the United States played a major role.
Early on, now I talk to soldiers, they're like, stop sending javelins, send shells, send drones. We don't need any more damn javelins. They'll use javelins every once in a while, but, you know, we send sometimes what we have, and what we have is not always what they need.
Stopping the Russian advance towards Kyiv. Take it from this senator, elected to this body alongside President Reagan. The conservative position is to believe in America, to invest in our military, and to support freedom. Like the Senate passed bill, most of the money in this package goes straight to our military to replenish stockpiles spent in the United States using American labor. It will allow for more drawdowns to send vital military aid to Ukraine. This includes Patriot interceptors that can take down Russia's most advanced missiles and save lives at the same time. Ukraine will get more Iowa-made howitzer shells that are far more accurate and reliable than those that Russia has begged from North Korea. And an improvement added by Reagan Republicans in the House is a requirement for the Biden administration to provide the long-range ATACMS missiles needed to take out Russia's supply lines.
That's true.
I've been calling for these ATACMS to be provided for a long time. I think the reason they have not been provided by the Biden administration is due to the holdover of the Obama fear of escalation. That fear has proven to be misguided. The only way to lasting peace is strength. That is what Ronald Reagan showed Americans. Strength is what we need now in the face of aggression from Russia and Iran and threats from China. I don't buy this notion that it is conservative or Republican position to abandon the American leadership that has kept the peace since World War II, meaning no World War III. I certainly do not think it is conservative to advocate a return to a weak and failed Obama policy.
Damn.
I make no
Weak and failed.
apologies for supporting Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan in the face of threats from the axis of anti-American dictatorship. And now, instead of the axis of 1940s, Germany, Italy, and Japan.
Oh boy, here he comes.
It's now the
China,
axis of
Iran,
the
and
21st
Russia.
Century. Russia, Iran, China, North Korea. They have their
Oh.
sights set upon replacing.
Really? We're gonna put North Korea is involved. But I mean, like, that would be like saying Japan, Nazi Germany, Italy, the Croat occupational government. It's like, oh, well, I don't know. Like, I feel like one of these things are not like the other. You know, the artillery has helped the Russians for sure. I mean, that is probably their main contribution. The Romanians, yeah, I know.
The United States as leaders of this earth. It is an investment worth making to prevent the United States getting sucked into World War III. It is also the right thing to do. I yield.
Okay. Man, Chuck, you went on for a while. Let's move on to the next one. Senator Sullivan. Sullivan, and then we have Senator Sanders. We have Sullivan, then Sanders. So Bernie's going to come up soon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, like my good friend from Iowa, Senator Grassley, I'm going to come down here. I want to come down to the Senate floor, talk about the National Security Supplemental we are voting on today.
Republican from Alaska.
Commend the senior senator for Iowa. He's a great U.S. senator. It was a really good speech. I'm going to reinforce some of what he just said on the importance
another pro-Ukraine
of this
Republican.
bill. But, Mr. President, importantly, the broader context of how we actually got here and where we need to be going in terms of our nation's defense. My view, the current occupant of the White House, President Biden, has gotten a free pass on his numerous, huge national security missteps that have been undermining our nation's security and have forced this
You want to know why Biden's gotten a free pass on the mistakes that he has made? And he has made mistakes. It's because when you look at the Democrat mistakes, or their part, it's like, yeah, I think they listened too much to Jake Sullivan when it comes to early on in those war. I mean, when you talk about the MiG-29 transfers and like its potentiality in retrospective escalating, it doesn't really look like it was gonna be an escalating part of the war. It's gonna make the Russians go crazy. In fact, I think maybe we could have sped up aid, and the M39 block ATACMS could have been given at the start of the Zaporizhia counteroffensive, or longer ATACMS if we really wanted to take out the helicopters that were harassing their lines. I mean, we can talk about the mistakes that Biden's made, but then you go over to the Republican side, and they don't even want to they just want to flip the table. They just want to flip the board game. Like, what war? Flip it and be like, I don't see no war. If I don't see a war, then the war isn't happening. If I don't see a war, then the war isn't happening. And of course, that's not every single Republican. It's just a majority in the House. It's still a problem, though. Even if a lot of those guys are voting against it purely out of just pure political reasons. Like, I see that it's popular on the internet to not like Ukraine right now, and that Trump has in part because of him, in part because of other commentators like Tucker Carlson, this anti-Ukrainian rhetoric has taken hold to the point where the co-chair of the Republican National Committee has said that America's main enemies is China, Russia, and Ukraine. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And so when you look at that in comparison, Biden ends up getting a free pass. That's what happens. So, I mean, who do you have to blame but yourselves?
Congress of the United States to actually take action.
Like, my problem with Biden is, hey, it doesn't go far enough on the actions he takes on some instances. Like, whether it's about ATACMS, whether it's about the MiG-29s early on. But my problem with the Republicans is they didn't want to take the action in the first place because they were too busy bickering over their House Speaker, or bickering over legislation that ended up being the same bill that was proposed 6 months ago anyway.
That's the whole point, Mr. President. We're taking action. I'm a supporter of this legislation, but we're doing it because of the failures of the current occupant of the White House. So I'm going to encourage my colleagues, particularly my Republican Senate colleagues, to vote in favor of this bill, but I think it's important to put it in a broader context of what's going on in the world. I've made a couple speeches on this before. I'm just going to reiterate some and add to some of the challenges we're facing because of the Biden administration. First, Mr. President, I think it's pretty obvious to everybody, anyone who's watching, we're in a new era of authoritarian aggression led by this dictator. That's Xi Jinping. Look at him. He gets in his camis every now and then, threatening his neighbors. By the way, China is going through the largest peacetime military.
Why can't we get Biden or Trump to get in camouflage and, play general out in a big field? Why can't we get that? Make some good memes.
Military build.
I mean, Trump wanted a military. He wanted a classic style military march. It didn't end up going through because he got bunked up, but that'd been funny.
In the history of the world. That doesn't make you a little nervous about what's going on in the world? It should. This guy is a brutal dictator, but it's led by him, Putin, the Ayatollahs in Iran, the terrorists in Iran, largest state sponsor of terrorism, the mini-me dictator, the North Korean dictator. They're all working together, Mr. President. They want to undermine our interests. They want to undermine the interest of our allies. They're driven by historical grievances. They're paranoid about their democratic neighbors. They are more than willing to invade them as we're seeing across the world, whether Israel, whether Ukraine. And again, they're working together and they are spending boatloads of money on national security issues, military buildups. It's actually led by this guy. He's the big one that we got to keep a close eye on. So that's number one. We're in a real dangerous era. This is one thing I do agree with the Biden administration on. We've had the Secretary of Defense, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs coming in saying, hey, we are in the most dangerous time since probably the end of World War II. Okay? Dictators are on the march. They're invading their neighbors. They're massively building up their military. And they're all working together. Sounds a little bit like the 1930s to me. The second reason, Mr. President...
We do need to get more analogies outside of World War II, but this is for the public, right? So they want to, like, what's the war they all know? Hitler. They know Hitler. And I mean, you know, read the 30 Years Crisis. It's a good book written by Carr on, you know, the appeasement failures and stuff like that, if you want to know about it. But, I mean, come on. Why not, like, one Congo War comparison? You know, just diversify it a little bit. You know, give me a different setting to imagine imagine myself in.
We need a defense industrial base supplemental. Is our own industrial base, our ability to produce weapons for us, for America, has completely atrophied. I could give a speech for hours. And this, again, is part of the Biden administration's fault, but we can't build Navy ships. We can't build Navy subs. Every component of our industrial base is shrinking, it's brittle, it's atrophied, and yet we're in this dangerous period. So that's pretty alarming. By the way, Mr. President, it's our responsibility, Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution, the Senate, the House, to raise an army, to provide and maintain a Navy. In my view, it's the number one constitutional duty we have, securing this nation, and yet we are behind. The Navy just put out 3 weeks ago this alarming report saying the U.S. Navy is behind on every ship platform that they are building.
We are behind on ship procurement. Our orders are way ahead of our production. And we are investing tons and tons of money in modernization programs. Actually, the bulk of the money in our modernization programs go to our ports in order to modernize our port construction abilities. Like our ability to produce ships in these ports. Because I think there's only 2 ports in the United States at the moment. Which, I mean, 2 is still, 2 ports that can do this. That can make the submarines that we're ordering.
3 to 5 years behind. Carriers, subs.
I worry about it becoming a black hole because we are dumping a lot of money into the problem. And it's just like, it feels like almost, you're getting diminishing returns, it feels like a little bit. But we'll see.
Almost 40% of our attack sub fleet is in maintenance, not even out to sea. He's scared to death of U.S. subs. What's this guy doing? He's cranking out 10 to 12 ships, high-end Navy ships a year. The Chinese Communist Party's Navy is now bigger than the U.S. Navy. Danger, and our industrial base can't produce weapons the way it could. And then, Mr. President, the third reason I think we need a national security supplemental is given how weak the Biden administration has been on national security. The current budget of this president shrinks the Army, shrinks the Navy, shrinks the Marine Corps. You think Xi Jinping's impressed by that? He's not. Neither is Putin. Neither are the Ayatollahs. That's what they're doing. By the way, this president, every budget he submits to Congress for the military during these real dangerous times, what does he do? He cuts it. Cuts the military. I'm going to get more to that, Mr. President. So these are the big 3 reasons that I've been supportive of this bill. But here's the thing, Mr. President. When you read the bill and look at it and dig into the details, it's less of a foreign aid bill and much more of a bill to enhance our industrial capacity. It's not a perfect bill. I'm going to get into that in a minute. There's no such thing as a perfect bill, by the way. But almost 60% of this national security supplemental bill that we're going to be voting on goes directly into our industrial base, directly into our ability to build submarines. By the way, it unlocks $6 billion for submarines. $6 billion with the AUKUS agreement. $5 billion for 150 millimeter artillery shells, over $500 million for counter UAS systems, Patriots, Javelins, Harpoons, Tomahawks, HARM missiles, TOW missiles, built by Americans for our own defense. That's in this bill. It's in the bill, Mr. President. So that's a really important component. Almost 60% of this bill goes into that. And it has other things in it, $3 billion for our troops in the CENTCOM area of responsibility right now who are in
$6
combat.
billion for submarines. Okay, again, the investment is in factories, or in this instance, we're talking about submarines, ports that can construct submarines. So a big part of the supplemental on the defense industry side is a naval aspect that'll probably have basically no impact on the war in Ukraine. We're not going to be producing submarines for Ukraine. Again, like, a lot of the bill, like, benefits not just Ukraine, but in some instances, just the United States and its defense industry.
Right now,
but a lot of the investments in the defense industry could have downstream positive effects for Ukraine if we continue to supply them. If this aid bill, and calling it an aid bill when it has so many aspects outside of aid, I think is, this aid bill, whatever you want to call it, having large investments into the defense industry could help Ukraine if we stick with them, and the increase in artillery production starts to have an impact on the battlefield because we have this steady flow of artillery to Ukraine. But that's dependent upon political decision makers.
Taking incoming missiles from the Houthis, USS Carney almost took 100 different missiles and drones, sailors in combat. This replenishes their weapon systems, helps our troops in combat. By the way, my view, just that element alone is enough to support this bill. You got American troops in combat in the Middle East. And of course, this bill does go to help our allies and partners, Israel, Taiwan, Ukraine, who are facing existential threats, literally, from their very aggressive neighbors. But again,
okay, do you guys want to skip this and get to the Sanders one? We have so much different testimony. We're not going to get through it all tonight. So let's skip through this one and get to the next one, I think. Or do you guys really want to finish it?
Mr. President, a lot of this is going to stay home. We're not sending subs to any of those countries. We're building submarines to be ready if we have to in a conflict with China. Xi Jinping, that dictator I was just showing you there, he's scared to death of the nuclear sub capability of the United States. So this is mostly about us protecting our country in our industrial base to produce weapons for America. Yeah, it's going to put a lot of workers to work, but this bill primarily, if you read it, is about protecting our nation. Now, as I said, Mr. President, it's not a perfect bill. There's a number of things. I had some amendments. We were debating it a couple months ago here in the Senate floor. For example, I think the direct budget support, the economic aid.
Okay, let's move over to Bernie. Moving on, Senator Sanders talks a lot about Israel. So we're going to hear a lot about Israel.
The Senate will soon vote on a $95 billion supplemental spending package. $95 billion, that's a lot of money, especially at a time when many Americans are unable to afford their rent or pay their mortgages, pay their bills, afford health care, struggling with student debt, or many other needs. $95 billion, a lot of money. All told, this package includes tens of billions of dollars in additional military spending and major policy changes, many of which are controversial, many of which are disagreed with by the American people. Yet, unlike the House of Representatives, the Senate will not have the opportunity to hold separate votes on the various components of
I do
this
agree
bill.
that is silly. Why? Like, I don't understand the purpose of splitting it up for the House, but then recombining it for the Senate. I guess they know that it's going to pass either way. Maybe that's their decision making. But if you already split it up, just keep it split up. Just on principle, really.
From many of my Democratic colleagues, and I agree, who talk about the dysfunctionality taking place in the House of Representatives. In fact, I don't know if we're quite sure who the Speaker of the House will be in a couple of weeks, or whether the extreme right wing is going to get rid of Mr. Johnson. But what we can say about the House is they at least gave their members the opportunity to vote yes or no on funding for Ukraine, yes or no on aid to Israel, yes or no on TikTok, yes or no on aid to Asian countries. That is more than can be said for the U.S. Senate right now. And I remind my colleagues that this is supposedly the greatest deliberative body in the world, except we don't have very many deliberations around here. You got one bill, up or down. Mr. President, we need to have a serious debate on these issues. I think the American people want us to have a serious debate on these issues, and that is why I am trying my best to secure amendment votes, which in my view will significantly improve this bill. As it happens, I strongly support the humanitarian aid included in this bill, which will save many thousands of lives in Gaza, Sudan, Ukraine, and many other places. Strongly support it. I strongly support getting Ukraine the military aid it needs to defend itself against Putin's imperialist war. I support
imperialist
the Iron Dome
war. Amen.
to protect Israeli civilians from missile and drone attacks. But let me be very clear. I strongly support ending the provision which will give $8.9 billion in unfettered offensive military aid to the extremist Israeli government. A government led by Prime Minister Netanyahu, who is continuing his unprecedented assault against the Palestinian people.
You guys are talking about, is Bernie going to like amend the bill? Bernie wants to amend the bill, but let me be blunt with you guys. He can't amend the bill. Chuck Schumer is not going to allow amendments. There's a question of like delaying the aid further, which it depends on how many amendments they consider, because the House also considered amendments and it got through it quite quickly. So it would depend on how many amendments they consider, because people could abuse it to try to delay it further. And I wouldn't put it past scumbag knuckle draggers like J.D. Vance, who called Trump heroin for America and decided to become a fucking drug dealer. You know, I wouldn't put it past them to do it. But I don't think Chuck Schumer is going to allow any amendments. It doesn't seem like it, at least. He filled up the amendment tree to stop it.
I also strongly oppose language in this legislation that would prohibit funding for UNRWA, the UN organization that is the backbone
I agree with that,
of the
too.
humanitarian relief operation in Gaza, and the only organization that experts say has the capability to provide the humanitarian aid that is desperately needed there. And I have filed 2 amendments to address these issues. These amendments would not touch funding for the IMF.
Okay, so we're a little behind, but I've just been told that the Senate is about to move for passage of the foreign aid bill. So we're going to keep listening, but I'll update you based on the voting. And when the voting officially starts, we will have it on screen.
Dome and
even if it's just in the corner.
Other purely defensive systems to protect Israel against incoming missiles. Mr. President, as we all know, Hamas, a terrorist organization, began this war with a horrific attack on Israel that killed 1,200 innocent men, women, and children, and took more than 230 captives, some of whom remain today in captivity. As I've said many times, Israel has and had the absolute right to defend itself against this terrorist attack. But Israel did not and does not have the right to go to war against the entire Palestinian people, which is exactly what it is doing. Mr. President, regarding offensive military aid to Israel, what we will be voting on.
Somebody in Gutter Chat just redeemed Tell a Story, so by honor I have to tell a quick story. Quick story. When I was in the Kiev Oblast coming to visit my Lebanese Ukrainian friend with 2 Polish aid workers, one former military, one just a straight out stoner, the driver got really tired, and so they decided to park out just like on the side of the road and take a nap. But what the driver didn't know, and I slept through this, and I only know about it because other people told me afterward, and I've seen the footage of it, is that he parked us by accident, mind you, in the largest minefield in the Kiev Oblast. And once you looked at the car, you could see the mine signs literally surrounded car. Anyway, there's a quick story. I was fine. We got out of it. But I went into a minefield, and I didn't even know it. I was asleep the whole time.
On is pretty simple. First, has Netanyahu and his government violated U.S. and international law in Gaza, which, if he has, should automatically result in the cessation of all U.S. military aid to Israel? That is a pretty simple question. Second, maybe even more importantly, as U.S. taxpayers, do we want to be complicit in Netanyahu's unprecedented and savage military campaign against the Palestinian people? Do we want to continue providing the weapons and the military aid that is causing this massive destruction? Do we want that war in Gaza to be not only Israel's war, but America's war? On the first question, the legal issue, the answer is very clear. Netanyahu and his extremist government are clearly in violation of U.S. and international law, and because of that, should no longer receive U.S. military aid.
Well, if it was just international law that dictated U.S. action, we wouldn't have been sending American weapons to Israel for a while now. Maybe it's the question of violating more international laws? I don't know.
International law requires that warring parties facilitate rapid and unimpeded passage of humanitarian relief for civilians in need. That's international law. Israel has clearly not done that. Only in the last several weeks, after pressure from President Biden, has aid access begun to improve somewhat, though it is still grossly insufficient.
I think maybe he just means the laws of armed conflict, not necessarily like other IR laws, maybe? I don't know. I assume he just means the laws of armed conflict, since this is legislation around military assistance to Israel.
Given the scale of the
don't we like fund 10%? I forget the exact percentage of their defense budget. We end up like funding like about 10% of it or something like that.
Humanitarian catastrophe. Maybe more importantly is that U.S. law on this subject is extremely clear. There is no ambiguity. The Foreign Assistance Act says that no U.S. security assistance may be provided to any country that, quote, prohibits or otherwise restricts.
Sorry to pause this, but can we just both agree this is the weirdest example that somebody could use? Listen to this Jesse Waters example of how of Trump derangement syndrome. Listen to this.
Could put Rachel Maddow on the jury and Trump still wouldn't be allowed to talk about it. They could bring Bigfoot in as a witness, and Trump would be fine for saying Bigfoot's real.
What? Why did he have to use a cryptid that everyone knows isn't real? Sorry for the Bigfoot fans in the audience. For his example of Trump being considered crazy for saying something that's true. Why couldn't he just say, like, I don't know, like, you could have fucking, like, like Clint Eastwood in the stand, and he would get in trouble for saying Clint Eastwood's in the room. Like, at least Clint Eastwood's real. Why would he have to go into, like, something that's fake? Whatever. Jesse Waters, man. Jesse Waters. Probably some of the worst Fox has to offer. Where were we? Here we were.
Directly or indirectly, the transport or delivery of United States humanitarian assistance, end of quote. That is the law. Israel is clearly in violation of this law. For 6 months, it has severely limited the amount of humanitarian aid entering Gaza. The result has been a catastrophic humanitarian disaster with hundreds of thousands of children facing malnutrition and starvation. Israel's violation of this law is not in debate. It is a reality, repeatedly confirmed every day by numerous humanitarian organizations. Israeli leaders themselves admit it. Mr. President, at the start of this war, the Israeli defense minister declared a total siege on Gaza, saying, quote, this is the Israeli defense minister, quote, we are fighting human animals and we are acting accordingly. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed, end quote. And they kept their word on that. In January, Netanyahu himself said that Israel is only allowing in the absolute minimum amount of aid. For months, thousands of trucks carrying life-saving supplies have sat just miles away from starving children. Trucks with food miles away from children who are starving. And Israel has kept these trucks from reaching people in desperate need.
Hey, can we just, I'm just going to throw out there, right? I'm not too, I allow people to have whatever opinion they want in my chat generally, as long as they're not like openly like just throwing slurs around and destroying conversations, stuff like that. My mods are a lot less discerning. We have a police brutality problem in our moderation team. I will admit that, and I will continue to not address it, as they have a powerful union that I cannot touch. But I want to throw forward, if somebody's talking about aid making its way into Gaza, you know, it's for the civilians, I'd appreciate if we didn't say boo-hoo at the boo-hoo towards the 500,000 people who are starving. And that's UN numbers, mind you. Like, I don't, like, I'm just saying, we shouldn't say boo-hoo. I think that's a little cruel, just a bit.
Israel's blockade pushed the...
Right, okay, I'm going to let Bernie keep going. I got to go use the bathroom. We're going to full screen. I'll be right back. Be right back. Here's Bernie. He's got my stream. Streamer Bernie Sanders taking over. Be right back. And then we'll move on to the next people, because we don't want to listen to Bernie all day. We're going to move on to some other people. We got to get to some of the opponents of Ukraine aid. He's an opponent of the offensive Israel aid, but not of the Ukraine aid.
United States, and this is rather incredible, to extreme measures, including airdropping supplies and the construction of an emergency pier in order to get food to starving people. In other words, the president and the United States did the right thing. Children are starving. We're trying to do airdrops, build a pier. In other words, we are now in the absurd situation where Israel is using U.S. military assistance to block the delivery of U.S. humanitarian aid to Palestinians. If that is not crazy, I don't know what is, but it's also a clear violation of U.S. law. Given that reality, we should not today even be having this debate. It is illegal to continue current military aid to Israel, let alone send another $9 billion with no strings attached. Mr. President, let me take a moment to describe what is happening in Gaza right now, to further explain why these amendments are absolutely necessary and why we must end U.S. complicity in Netanyahu's war in Gaza. Mr. President, more than 34,000 Palestinians have been killed and 77,000 wounded since this war began, 70% of whom are women and children. 70% of whom are women and children. That means some 5% of the 2.2 million residents of Gaza have been killed or wounded in 6.5 months. 5% of the entire population in 6.5 months have been killed or wounded. That is a staggering, rather unbelievable number. Mr. President, 19,000 children in Gaza are now orphans.
$5. Bernie supports the
19,000
map
children
song.
are orphans,
Lies.
having lost their parents
All lies.
in this war.
Lies.
And I might
Not true.
add, for
Fake
the children
news.
of Gaza, the psychic damage that has been done to them will never cease in their lives. They have witnessed little kids, and Gaza is a young community, a lot of children.
50% of
They
the
have
population
witnessed
under the age of
unbelievable
14.
carnage, destruction of houses. They've experienced hunger, thirst. They've been thrown out of their homes. What is being done to these many hundreds of thousands of children is unforgivable. And the killing has not stopped. Over the weekend, 139 Palestinians were killed and 251 were injured. Of these, 29 were killed in and around Rafah, including 20 children and 6 women, one of whom was pregnant. Mr. President, roughly 1.7 million people, over 75% of the population, have been driven from their homes in Gaza. Satellite data shows that 62% of homes in Gaza have been either damaged or destroyed, including 221,000 housing units that have been completely destroyed. 221,000 housing units completely destroyed. That is more than 1 million people made homeless by Israeli bombing. Mr. President, not only housing, it is Gaza's entire civilian infrastructure that has been devastated. In Gaza today, there is no electricity apart from generators or solar power, and most roads are badly damaged. More than half of the water and sanitation systems are out of commission. Clean drinking water is severely limited, and sewage is running through the streets, spreading disease. Mr. President, Israel has not only destroyed the housing stock in Gaza, not only destroyed the infrastructure, they have systematically destroyed the healthcare system in Gaza. 26 out of 37 hospitals are completely out of service in a country which now has tens and tens of thousands of people who are sick and wounded. 11 hospitals are partially functioning, but they are overwhelmed by the many, many people who are sick and injured, and they are all short of medical supplies. Doctors have had to perform countless surgeries without anesthesia or antibiotics. Only 3 hospitals are now providing maternal care in Gaza, where 180 women are giving birth every day. Overall, 84% of health facilities have been damaged or destroyed in Gaza, and more than 400 healthcare workers have been killed. But it's not only the housing that has been destroyed, not only the infrastructure, not only the healthcare system. Mr. President, the education system in Gaza has collapsed, with 56 schools destroyed and 219 damaged. The last of Gaza's universities was demolished in January. Some 625,000 students now have no access to education. And Mr. President, I really do not understand what the military utility of destroying a university is. Mr. President, above and beyond the destruction of homes, the destruction of the infrastructure, the destruction of the healthcare system, the destruction of schools, universities, and the educational system, unbelievably, there is something.
Note, I want to give you guys an announcement because this was done without my knowledge, but I kind of like it. There's a book club now in the Discord where people talk about their books and recommend books to other people. I don't know if they have meetings. I heard that they might have a meeting, or they had a meeting once or twice. But I know they at least post stuff in the book club chapter in the Discord. That's exclamation point Discord and chat, and you should get a link to join it. And there is a book club section right under movie night chat and right above supporter voice. If you wanted to join the Dylan Burns TV book club Discord chat. I already see a few books recommended. I think 2. They just founded it yesterday. Again, without my knowledge or permission, but I'll allow my chat to touch a book or 2. If you wanted to join in.
Even worse now taking place in Gaza. And that is that more than 1 million Palestinians, including hundreds of thousands of children, face starvation. People in Gaza are foraging for leaves. They are eating animal feed or surviving off the occasional aid package. At least 28 children have already died of malnutrition and dehydration, and the real number is likely much, much higher. But without sustained humanitarian access throughout Gaza, it is impossible to know. Recently, USAID Administrator Samantha Power said that famine was already present in northern Gaza. Without food, clean water, sanitation, or sufficient health care, hundreds of thousands of people are at severe risk from dehydration, infection, and easily preventable diseases. Mr. President, I keep hearing discussion from the pundits and the experts about the day after in Gaza when the war.
I'm going to mute this for a second. I'm looking at the live stream of the vote that they're going to be having. We're listening to all the testimony from the different senators right now. But I'm looking at the live stream of the vote itself. I'm heard that it's imminent. I can see Elizabeth Warren. I can see, I think, Dick Durbin and Elizabeth, and I think that's Amy Klobuchar and others on the floor talking. They all seem to be in a generally positive mood. I don't think we're going to get any last-second surprises that's going to stop the final vote. I think right now it really is a question on if the majority of Senate Republicans are going to vote in favor of it, and that will inform us, or at least help to inform us. It won't tell us everything, because Mitch McConnell is not going to be around for much longer. This is his last session, as far as I know, as Senate leader, and so we want to know the tone of the Senate Republicans moving forward for possible future aid packages that might be needed, or almost certainly are going to be needed as the war goes into 2025. Anyway, back to this.
To drive the Palestinian people out of both Gaza and the West Bank. This is not the Israel of Golda Meir. Netanyahu
Just show some. There's nothing to show. It's just I can show you what it's like right now, but there's a reason we're listening to testimony, and it's because this is the House floor. There you go. There's your lovely audio. Sounds like we're stuck in a submarine. Subnautica ass audio. Okay, go on. Back to where we were looking at. We're just waiting for them to begin the vote. We can skip Bernie if you guys have had enough of Bernie. We have what's after Bernie. We have Senator Moran. We have a minority whip Thune. We have Senator Collins. We have Senator Schmidt. We have the vote to advance the aid package. Senator Tuberville, who's against it. Senator Rubio and Ricketts. Senator Carper. Senator Scott, on the Israel aid specifically. Senator Graham. And I think we have J.D. Vance and others later.
His government is beholden to outright racists and religious fanatics who believe that they have exclusive right to dominate the land. Mr. President, that is why we must end our complicity in this terrible war. That is why we should support the amendment I am offering to end unfettered military aid to Netanyahu's war machine. Let's be clear. Cutting military aid to Netanyahu's government is not just my view. It is what the American people believe and are demanding. The American people, in fact, are fed up with Netanyahu and his war. They do not want to see their taxpayer dollars support the slaughter of innocent civilians and the starvation of children. A recent Gallup poll showed that just 36% of Americans approve of Israel's military action, with 55% disapproving. A Quinnipiac poll showed that U.S. voters opposed sending more military aid to Israel by 52% to 39%. An earlier YouGov poll also showed that 52% of Americans said that the United States should stop sending weapons to Israel.
If that's true, if the numbers he's talking about is true, and I don't know if the numbers he's talking about is true, but assuming the number he's talking about is true, that would mean the majority of Americans support aid to Ukraine, but then wouldn't support military aid to Israel. Huh. What, have we found the moral center?
Until it stops its attacks in Gaza. Maybe, and here's a very radical idea, maybe it is time for Congress to listen to the American people. And
I don't know. I would have to look at the polling data. I have to look at the sample size. I'd have to look at if it's been repeated in other polling data, if it's just an isolated poll. I'd have to look at the question that was asked, if it was offensive aid, if it was all aid. A bunch of stuff I'd have to look at, though.
I would urge strong support for my amendment. Mr. President, my second amendment.
Second Amendment?
Remove the ban on funding.
Sorry, I heard gun and I went to a tizzy. Red, white, and blue in my veins.
For UNRWA, a UN organization with 30,000 employees that is delivering essential humanitarian aid in Gaza and supporting basic services in other neighboring countries, including Jordan. Millions of people rely on those services. Israel has said that 12 UNRWA employees were involved in the October 7th terrorist attack. These are serious charges. And obviously, any involvement with Hamas by UNRWA employees is unacceptable. And that is why every year UNRWA provides Israel with a list of its staff and goes to great lengths to cooperate with Israeli authorities. UNRWA learned about Israel's accusations from the media and immediately fired the accused employees while the UN launched an investigation. Thus far, Israel has refused to cooperate with the UN investigation. I should add, importantly, that most donors have now...
Hey, fun fact, I'm looking at Russian Telegram right now, and they're talking about the U.S. 101st Airborne Division being moved from Romania to Odessa. Of course, it's unconfirmed report, which is OPSEC speak for absolute bullshit. But I'm sure that it's all totally not just doomer attitudes over there right now.
Restored funding to UNRWA are satisfied by the agency's protocols to ensure independence from Hamas. The U.S. National Intelligence Council, meanwhile, said that Israel's claims were plausible but could not be confirmed, and noted that Israel has tried to undermine UNRWA for years. In the last 6 months, Israel has harassed UNRWA employees, blocked shipments of supplies, including medicines, frozen its bank accounts, and killed 181 UN staff. Mr. President, UNRWA plays a critical role both in Gaza and across the region. Whatever the investigation shows in the end, it is my view that you do not deny humanitarian aid to millions of people because of the alleged actions of 12 UNRWA employees out of a workforce of 30,000. And by the way, Mr. President, when we talk about investigations, maybe, just maybe, we should not just be talking about investigating UNRWA. Maybe we should also investigate what's going on in the West Bank. Last weekend, after an Israeli teenager was killed, large groups of armed Israeli settlers, vigilantes, rampaged through 17 villages, shooting dozens of people and burning homes. Israeli soldiers watched the attacks unfold, doing nothing to stop them. No arrests have been announced. Maybe we need an investigation there as well. This past weekend, the Israeli military...
Wait, I didn't know this. There's an election going on right now in Pennsylvania. There's a Republican primary going on. And not only is there a Republican primary going on in Pennsylvania, Nikki Haley won 1/3 of the vote. Dude, she dropped out how long ago? I mean, I'm looking at like the total report. It's not... I know, she won like 1/3 of the vote. How did she win 1/3 of the vote? She dropped out like months ago. I mean, it's only like, I mean, not a lot of people turned out, but still, man, they're not doing, they need their party united going into 2024. If I was Republican, I'd be a little worried about these primary numbers still turning out numbers like this, even after the candidate dropped out. I mean, I guess some of these votes would be write-in way before.
Palestinians in the West Bank, an ambulance driver was shot and killed as he tried to recover people wounded in another violent attack by Israeli settlers. Since October 7th, Israeli soldiers and settlers have killed more than 470 Palestinians in the West Bank, including more than 100 children. But for some reason, I don't know why, I just don't hear any of my colleagues calling for an investigation of that. Mr. President, we are at a critical moment, not just in terms of what is happening in Gaza, but in many ways what is happening right here in America and what is happening here in the U.S. Senate. Given the fact that a majority of the
Breaking news. I'm looking at the Senate floor right now, and Kyrsten Sinema is, and I repeat, is wearing I think it's like a cheetah print dress. I think that's cheetah print. Oh, there's Raphael Warnock. Man, they're just all hanging out. Okay, I guess we're not going to know about the vote until it's... How long until this vote is done? And they're just waiting around. They're taking their merry old time into the night.
American people now want to stop funding for Netanyahu's war machine. I find it incomprehensible that we are not going to be able to vote on that issue. I find it outrageous. that at a time when Netanyahu's government has clearly broken the law, members of this Congress are not, members of the Senate are not going to be able to vote as to whether or not they want to continue providing billions more of unfettered military aid to Netanyahu's war machine. So, Mr. President, I would hope that we will have the decency to allow a little bit of democracy here in the United States Senate. I would hope that we will allow the members to vote on some of these very, very important issues, and I certainly hope that we will pass these amendments. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Okay, Bernie's done. Moving on to the next one. Next is Senator Moran
from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. My colleagues, we live in a dangerous world.
Who's he from?
Fellow Americans and Kansans, we live in dangerous
Kansas.
times.
Okay.
And the world is a real challenge. National security crisis abroad and here at home are increasing. They're ever increasing. Iran launched a full-scale attack on Israel. Hamas has stated its intent to wipe Israel off the map. Russia continues its brutal aggression in Ukraine. And China is rapidly modernizing its military and using companies to spy and track on Americans. Each of these conflicts are interconnected, and it would be naive to send aid to Israel but take a pass on supporting Ukraine, Taiwan, or other allies. It's vital to the United States to be a steadfast and reliable partner in the midst of so many dangers that threaten the world and our own nation's peace and prosperity. In a joint Fox News op-ed with former Secretary Mike Pompeo, we stated, "The preservation of freedom requires enormous effort. Indeed, liberty demands the marshaling of every resource necessary in its defense against those who would see it destroyed." Vladimir Putin has chosen to pursue the reconstitution of the Russian Empire according to his own vision of Russian history. He has made clear that his aspirations go beyond Ukraine, and he views NATO as Russia's enemy. And under Putin's leadership, Russia is increasingly collaborating with other nations who oppose us, Iran and our most powerful adversary, Communist China. Allowing the war in Ukraine to fester will only prolong and deepen the instability already wrought, and it puts at greater risk the 100,000 U.S. service members defending NATO's borders, including those from Fort Riley, Kansas. I have said from the beginning, the world is better and a safer place if Ukraine wins and Russia loses. Ending the war on terms favorable to Kiev will leave Ukraine and the NATO's front in a stronger and better position to deter further Russian aggression. Just a week ago, Iran launched a full-scale attack on Israel from its own soil. Through an impressive and coordinated effort with the U.S. and other countries, Israel successfully defended itself from the barrage of missiles fired at it. It was a victory for Israel, but Iran has demonstrated that it is capable and willing to act on its desire to eliminate the state of Israel. Standing with Israel and Ukraine also means standing with our pro-Indo-Pacific partners. We cannot be tough on China and weak on defending Ukraine and Israel. The Pentagon describes China as the most comprehensive and serious challenge to U.S. security. The Japanese Prime Minister stood before Congress just a few days ago and reaffirmed that Japan is already standing shoulder to shoulder with the United States. The U.S. must send the message that we are committed, that we are standing shoulder to shoulder with our allies in the Indo-Pacific. The bill that we are about to debate, discuss, and presumably vote on allows the U.S. to respond to immediate needs as China increases its military provocation of Taiwan, while also modernizing our own U.S. fleet to compete in the Pacific. It is in America's vital national interest to assist Ukraine in repelling Russian invasion, assist Israel in driving out terrorism, and assist our Indo-Pacific partners in standing up to China's threats. We must project strength. Failure to do otherwise undermines our credibility. And that undermining of credibility, unfortunately, resonates around the globe. That credibility was already damaged after the administration's disastrous and chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. Additionally, in this funding package, a majority of those funds provided to Ukraine and those provided in previous packages will be directly injected back into the U.S. economy. There's been a significant amount of misinformation on this bill, and it's important to clarify. 70% of the funding in the Ukraine bill, $42 billion of the $60.8 billion, will be used to replenish U.S. stockpiles and develop, produce, and purchase U.S.-made weapons, including weapons from production facilities in Kansas and the Kansas City area. This package also requires the administration to develop a strategy to support Ukrainian victory. The American people deserve to know the objectives of supporting Ukraine, our interests as they relate to this war, the cost of not satisfying those interests, and an estimate of the resources that are needed. The supplemental will deliver on all these aspects. There is no path forward for Ukraine. There is no path forward for Israel or for Taiwan if the United States of America disengages in the world. The price tag is significant, but in the absence of taking a stand now, we have to take a stand tomorrow. Do what we need to do today or pay a price later. And later will be even more costly. But these costs must be shared with our NATO allies and our partners elsewhere in the world. I commend NATO and the European nations that have, up to now, pledged more support to Ukraine's cause even than our own country has. Europe has pledged more money than the United States. Yet it is critical to rapidly fulfilling these commitments, such as through the delivery of necessary equipment like air defense system to help Ukraine better withstand Russia's onslaught. I'm reluctant, and so are many Kansans, to spend more money.
There's Cory Booker on the House floor now.
Further in the world, especially with the crisis at our own southern border.
Did they get every senator on the floor? Are they all gonna get in a big circle, take out some drums, start singing Ukrainian nationalist songs?
I share my colleagues' frustration that
It was gonna be a wild day when we got Cory Booker on the Senate floor singing Batko Nash Bandera.
Unsuccessful. We came close, but we were unsuccessful in including border policies in this package. The crisis at the southern border is a grave national security threat. Lots of reasons to be concerned about people coming across our borders, but I would highlight in this conversation, it's a security threat. The administration's continued inaction at the border is particularly frustrating when the administration has many tools.
Dylan has the CIA feed. I have the vote feed in a separate tab, and I'm just checking in on it every once in a while. And they're just all talking. There's no vote happening. When the vote happens, we're going to bring up the vote.
That it needs to improve the situation. I will continue working to pass legislation to protect the border, but at the same time, we must work to bolster our national security in the areas that we can agree upon. We can't wait for a new administration or a new Congress to try and pass perfect border legislation if such a thing exists.
Hey, you had your opportunity earlier on, but your party leader, your candidate for 2024, didn't want it.
Some of the national security challenges we face are not...
Man, I just can't imagine what Senator Langford must be feeling like, even this far off.
...strictly military in nature and reflect the changing nature of what conflict is. What does conflict mean today? Our adversaries use technology companies to collect vast amounts of personal data from Americans. This information can be used to control or influence each of us, often without us even realizing it's happening. This bill takes the first step to protect U.S. data, but significant work is left to ensure America's data is secured by a federal comprehensive data privacy and security law. The challenges we face, unfortunately, will not just go away. They will not resolve themselves on their own, and the preservation of freedom requires enormous effort. I've always believed that an American citizen, our greatest responsibilities as an American citizen is to make sure that those who follow us live with the freedom and liberties that were guaranteed by our Constitution and that were fought to protect and defend by those who sacrificed many of them who sacrificed their own lives. This week, we have an opportunity to deliver on that effort, to live up to our responsibilities as Americans, to be a steadfast and reliable partner. I'm grateful to my colleagues in the House for their work in getting the National Security Supplemental passed and sent back to the Senate. I underscore to my colleagues in the Senate the importance of doing the work we were elected to do. Americans who will be directly impacted, they're paying attention, but so are adversaries and allies. I hope we are successful in fighting for and defending the liberties and freedoms of America and Americans, and protecting and help secure the remainder of the world. It's in our benefit, in America's benefit, to do so. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Illinois is recognized.
Okay.
Madam President, I feel fortunate to, of course, serve in the Senate, and equally fortunate to represent the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago. What an amazing gathering place for America. Chicago has been over the years and still is to this day.
Yeah, screw talking about Ukraine. Dick Durbin's entire speech is just going to be about the beauty of Chicago. Dick Durbin is the majority whip. Thune is the minority whip. I think he talks next.
Talk about issues here in Washington many times. I can relate them not just to neighborhoods, but to people in Chicago who feel so intensely about the land of their birth or causes in other countries. I've gone through that same experience myself. My mother, an immigrant from Lithuania, I was fortunate to witness the freedom struggle in Lithuania when they finally broke from the Soviet Union. If you go down Chicago Avenue, west of Michigan Avenue, you go into an area known as Ukrainian Village. That nomenclature speaks for itself. There are churches and gathering places, schools, families who are watching the war in Ukraine with personal intensity. To them, it is a land where their mothers and fathers were born, where many of them were born. And they have prayers and pleas to politicians not to forget. You can also step right outside of this chamber, a few steps away, and find a group of Ukrainian Americans who have been demonstrating on behalf of the cause of Ukraine for as long as this war has gone on. I saw them this morning, and as we go by, the typical greeting in the Ukrainian village is Slava Ukraini, long lives Ukraine, to which they reply that they agree with me. It's a great feeling to...
I don't think it's a common greeting. It's like a slogan, more or less. It's like, God bless America. We don't walk around saying, God bless America, God bless America. It's, you know, you say it as kind of a saying more like, Dobry den, or like something. I don't know how to say it right, but there's like other actual greetings. But yeah, they said a pro-Ukraine slogan. I know those people outside of the Ukraine rally people outside of the Capitol. They've been standing there every day, literally every day, waving flags, holding signs, and they have a different number for each day. Day 700, day 701, day 702. Very impressive. I couldn't do that.
See these demonstrators peacefully demonstrating for a cause that means so much to them, and to realize that as a senator, I'm going to have a vote today or tomorrow that can make a real difference in whether Ukraine prevails against Vladimir Putin or whether or not he doesn't. Madam President, last week my Ukrainian caucus co-chair, Senator Roger Wicker, Republican of Mississippi, and I hosted the Ukrainian Prime Minister. You were there. We were joined by several colleagues from both sides of the aisle. It was a truly bipartisan turnout. The Prime Minister's point was simple. With continued U.S. and allied support, Ukraine can defeat Russia's brutal war, and in doing so, help defend greater security in Europe. I agree. And that's why the weekend vote in the House and the vote here this week in the Senate are so important. We always have had an isolationist sentiment in the United States. If you're a student of history, you know that we had to overcome that sentiment in both world wars. But in both cases, and here today with Ukraine, in the larger national security supplemental bill, which we're considering. It was not only in our interest to stop wars of aggression, but also to help maintain the international world order that reflects our values and benefits here at home. Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine and its earlier seizure of land in Georgia and Moldova threatened decades of hard-won peace and stability in Europe. Make no mistake, China, Iran, and North Korea are watching to see if the United States and our allies allow Russia's aggression to stand. Doing so not only would embolden Putin to try for more European land, including from NATO allies like the Baltics and Poland, but also would raise the risk
alliances. Foreign nations' respect for American interests depends on our willingness to defend them. And the peace, prosperity, and security are not accidents. They're products of American leadership and American sacrifice. So the votes we're about to cast will be among the most consequential. But the difficult work of restoring and sustaining hard
They're
power,
about to vote, it looks like.
defense,
Sorry,
industrial capacity, and global influence must continue beyond this supplemental. So I'll just say to my colleagues, we can wish for a world where the responsibilities of leadership don't fall on us, or we can act like we understand that they do. Tonight, as at so many moments in our history, idle calls for America to lower its guard ring hollow. None of us is absolved of our duty to see the world as it actually is. None of us is excused from our obligation to equip the United States to face down those who wish us harm. I've said it before, history settles every account. And I welcome the eyes of posterity on what the Senate does tonight.
Mr. President.
Party leader.
Finally,
here we are.
Tonight, after more than 6 months.
6 months.
Of hard work, and many twists and turns in the road, America sends a message to the entire world.
Here we go.
We will not turn our back on you. Tonight, we tell our allies, we stand with you. We tell our adversaries, don't mess with us. We tell the world, the United States will do everything to safeguard democracy and our way of life. This bill is one of the most consequential measures Congress has passed in years to protect America's security and the future, the very future of Western democracy. And after overcoming a lot of opposition, tonight Congress finishes the job. To our friends in Ukraine, to our friends in Israel, to our friends in the Indo-Pacific, and to innocent civilians caught in the midst of a war from Gaza to Sudan, America hears you. We will be there for you. And to the whole world, rest assured, America will never shrink from its responsibilities as a leader on the world stage. Today, tonight, we make Vladimir Putin regret the day he questioned American resolve. I thank President Biden for his unflinching leadership. I thank Speaker Johnson and Leader Jeffries for working together valiantly to pass this bill. I thank Chair Murray, Vice Chair Collins for their excellent work. And I particularly want to thank my caucus for standing firm. We were always united. You gave us strength to get this job done. I salute you. And particularly, I want to thank Leader McConnell. We worked on this bill arm in arm together, shoulder to shoulder. Without that kind of strong, bipartisan leadership, this difficult bill would never have passed. We now come to the end of a long, difficult, and Herculean effort. Our allies around the world have been watching Congress for the last 6 months and wondering the same thing. When it matters most, will America summon the strength to come together, overcome the centrifugal pull of partisanship, and meet the magnitude of this moment. Tonight, under the watchful eye of history, the Senate answers this question with a thunderous and resounding yes. Now for a little more good news. The Senate, for the information of senators, the Senate will not be in session Monday, April 29th. The next roll call
Now they're going to give themselves a break.
5:30 p.m. on Tuesday, April 30th.
Need to give themselves a break for having a 6-month-old
Mr.
vote.
President, I ask consent that all post-cloture time be deemed expired.
Is there objection?
I ask
Without
consent.
objection.
Oh, there's John Ossoff.
I ask consent
Georgia.
that the pending motion to concur with Amendment 1842 be withdrawn.
Is there objection? Without objection. The question occurs on the motion to concur. The yeas and nays were previously ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. You're good.
Okay. So they're going to conclude so that they vote? Or was this a conclusion so they're going to vote tomorrow? It wasn't particularly clear. I voted for that Ossoff guy. I campaigned for that Ossoff guy. I went down to Georgia to campaign for him. Knocked houses. Happy he beat the other person. Didn't like the other person. Didn't like Purdue. Lil, woo, let's not work more. Yeah, if you promise them a day off, they'll pass a bill. That's exactly what it is. How about we just pass it today, and then, you know, we get a day off on Monday. That'd work on me. I'd get my ass working a little bit faster if I was a senator, if I knew I could get a day off like that. To clear the legislative agenda. Okay, so it looks like they're voting. You can see them, they're going up, voting and voting down. You can check who's voting up and who's voting down right now. You can see that it's right up to the next. You can see them walking up, going down. There's another vote in favor. Is that Lindsey Graham that voted in favor? It looks like it. Yeah, I think that was Lindsey. He voted in favor of the bill. We can watch them all go up one by one, it looks like. Who's next? Who's voting next? Oh, there's J.D. Vance. You can see him with that long-ass red tie that comes down to his dick. Oh, he just voted down. J.D. Vance voted against the legislation. Big surprise. That dude called... Oh, Kirsten Sinema voted in favor, it looks like. I can see her in her tutor print. J.D. Vance voted against and then walked out. He's done. He doesn't want to hear the stinging sound of failure, which is the bill passing. J.D. Vance is an interesting case, you know. J.D. Vance was a liberal not too long ago, and he wrote multiple books trying to understand the conservative mind and how it could support Donald Trump. He once even said Donald Trump is like a modern-day Hitler, and that he's like heroin for America. And that I guess he decided to go pro-Trump, which makes him a heroin dealer, in my mind at least. Oh, Mitt Romney voted in favor. Just saw it. Don't know who that was next to Mitt Romney, but he voted in favor too. Oh, there is Susan Collins. She's voting in favor of the bill. She is a Republican in a blue area. Mitch McConnell just voted in favor as well. Not surprising, considering he's been a champion of Ukraine aid. There's Tim Kaine. It looks like he's going up to vote shortly. Tim Kaine was Hillary Clinton's VP choice. He voted in favor. He's a senator from Virginia. There comes... What's his face? He looks like Olaf Scholz. He's the guy right there, closest to the camera. I forgot his name. I think it started with a C. Chris Coons. That's Chris Coons. Senator Chris Coons. Can't believe I forgot that, but he does look just like Olaf Scholz. I think there's a picture of him online, of him next to Olaf Scholz. It's creepily similar. You can look it up if you want to. Let's see. Who's next? Who's next? That's Ed Markey. Ed Markey just voted in favor of the legislation, it looks like. That'll probably not be appreciated by some of his more progressive supporters due to the Israel section of the bill. Again, I think that it should have been voted on separately. The idea that Israel aid and Ukraine aid is bundled, I was never a huge fan of it. I understand that the Israel aid is getting through no matter what, so it doesn't particularly bother me because I think it's getting through no matter what. I just don't see any legislative strength in opposing it. Oh, there's Senator James Lankford down there talking to Chris Coons and gang. Senator James Lankford was the one. He's on the bottom left-hand corner with the orangish ginger hair. He was the one who negotiated on behalf of the Republicans in the immigration deal that fell through. But yeah, like I was saying, it should have been voted on separately. Somebody could view the merits of support for Israel and Ukraine on its own. The idea that supporting Israel must come with supporting Ukraine, or supporting Ukraine must come with supporting Israel, I am not a huge fan of, honestly. I just don't like it on principle, having to make somebody vote for both things. Like, what if this was a few years ago, what if it was a supplemental for aid?
Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker.
Oh, I guess they can't get them. They haven't found
Mr.
those.
Bozeman.
Trying to get their attention.
Mr. Braun, Mrs. Brett.
Oh, he voted in favor. That guy, whoever that guy was.
Mr. Brown.
You can
Mr.
see him
Budd,
because they're
Ms.
doing
Butler,
a thumbs up.
Ms. Cantwell.
Oh, there's Raphael Warnock. I guess he's voting soon.
Mrs. Capito.
I campaigned for
Mr.
him
Cardin.
too. And he voted in favor. I'm happy I campaigned for you. Hey!
Mr. Carper,
There we
Mr.
go.
Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley.
Who's next? Who's next? So I don't know all the senators. I'm only naming the ones I know. I know
Mr.
like half
Haggerty.
of them.
Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper.
Sorry, I'm not a huge fan of the senator from Wyoming.
Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski.
I think they're gonna have majority support. Oh, was that
Mr. Murphy, Mrs.
I don't know who that
Murray,
was,
Mr.
but they voted in favor.
Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters,
I think they're gonna have majority Republican support. I'm not
Mr.
seeing
Reed,
much
Mr. Ricketts, Mr.
down
Risch,
thumbs.
Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen.
I think
Mr.
I've only
Rounds,
seen one.
Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan.
Miss Stabenow? What a name.
Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr.
Boo! I don't like Tuberville. He should have stayed in football. His takes on this is so bad. We could actually, I think once this is over, we're going to go listen to his testimony because I didn't like his testimony. Apparently he trashed Trump a little bit, though. He trashed Trump for kind of letting the aid go through, I think. The only reason I know about that is Michael Tracy was giving him credit. Which is not an endorsement in my mind.
Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
It looks like they've gotten most of the votes. They should have the
Senators
numbers.
voting in the affirmative.
That Cory Booker that just voted in favor? I believe so.
Baldwin,
I can only see his
Bennett,
back of his head, so I can't
Blumenthal,
tell.
Booker, Britt,
Yes, it was.
Brown, Butler, Cantwell, Capito, Carper, Casey, Cassidy, Collins,
Senator from New
Cornyn,
Jersey.
Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hyde-Smith, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, King, Klobuchar, Manchin, Markey, McConnell, Menendez, Moran, Mullen, Murphy,
That enough?
Murray, Ossoff, Padilla,
Enough to have a Republican
Peters,
majority?
Reed, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Thune, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Whitehouse, Wicker, Wyden, Young. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye.
Aye. Oh, we just got a no vote from the back.
Ms. Rosen, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn,
That makes sense.
Braun,
Marsha
Budd,
Blackburn.
Haggerty, Johnson, Lee,
Yeah, Johnson
Lummis,
sucks.
Marshall,
Lee sucks. I don't like Mike Lee.
Merkley, Rubio, Sanders,
Marco Rubio
Smith,
voted against
Scott
it.
of Florida,
God,
Vance,
the hawk,
Welch,
Marco Rubio, the supposed
Hawley,
hawk.
no. Mr.
God,
Langford,
Trumpism will destroy all
aye.
of your values, man. Everything you believe in will be taken to the side and shot out back. Marco Rubio, fucking overthrow Castro Rubio, bomb him Rubio. Really? Why? Is he that spineless? There's no way he legitimately believes that sending aid to Ukraine's a mistake. It must be populist pressure and him wanting to run for president when Trump's not the candidate or something. That dude wants to be president bad. I hope this becomes a political
Lujan,
liability for
aye.
those voted against it. God, but Rubio, see, Rubio is an example of somebody who's probably voting against it, not on principle, but just to please a rabid base. Jellyfish spine. I think that they have enough Republicans on board that it's a majority. I think they're going to have a majority. They're going to have every Democrat outside of Senator Sanders, I think. Maybe one other Dem might not vote against it. I don't know. But it seems like they're going to have a majority of Republican support, which is the only thing that we were gauging to see, because we knew it was going to pass. We knew they were going to have a filibuster-proof majority. Just a question of how many Republicans could they get to sign on. Sanders isn't signing on because of the offensive aid to Israel. And since the bill is already going to pass, I guess he feels that he has the wiggle room to vote against it. This is also why I think things should be voted on their own merits. There's a good chance, though, if Ukraine aid was voted on individually, though, it'd get less Republican votes if it wasn't attached to Israel aid. Okay, how much longer? Did they get all the votes? We can let's leave this on. Let's leave this on, and we're going to go back to the testimony and keep listening. And we'll hear it when, they're done. I'm done with this guy. Who was this guy? That was Senator Marone. Let's move on from Senator Marone. Let's move on to Senator... Oh, God. We're going to go to Thune? Fine, let's go to Thune. Well, actually, I think Thune is the support of the aid this time, so we'll listen to Thune.
Madam President, less than 2 weeks ago, Iran attacked Israel with a barrage of more than 300
Minority
missiles
Whip
and
in
drones.
South Dakota.
The attack was a notable escalation on Iran's part, since the weapons were fired not just by Iranian proxies, but also directly from Iran. And it was a reminder of two things. First and foremost, the attack was a reminder of the need for the United States and the free world to make it clear to Iran that we are not going
What
to
does minority whip mean? To put it bluntly, their job is to whip everybody in line. Same with majority whip. They go out there and they tell you, okay, this is what we're voting in favor of. This is what we're voting against. This is what we're voting in favor of. This is what we're voting against. And of course, you don't need to listen to what they're saying, but they enforce the party's opinions.
Idly by while Iran attacks Israel and continues to foment terror in the Middle East. Iran's malign activities have been allowed to go on for far too long. And it's past time, not just for the United States, but for the nations in Europe, the Middle East, and elsewhere, to call a halt to Iran's activities. On a larger scale, Madam President...
Dylan, I saw
Iran's
another
attack on
streamer
Israel-
offering subtitles on stream. Can you offer something similar? I mean, I don't know. I'd probably have to get some software. It'd be good. It would make the stream a little bit more accessible. It would definitely change the YouTube uploads. It would have subtitles on screen. I don't know. I'll think about it. If you have any application recommendations, you can email it to me. Oh, is it on Twitch? Like Twitch does it automatically? If Twitch does it automatically, then, I mean, wouldn't you be able to get it from them? Or would I have to enable it or something? There's OBS plugins. I'd like to have it as an option, but I don't want to have everybody have to have subtitles on screen.
It was a reminder that bad actors and hostile powers are going to fill any space that they think they can fill. And if the United States and other free countries abdicate leadership or telegraph weakness on the global stage, bad actors are going to be happy to step in to fill the vacuum.
Well,
I would
snap.
not be surprised if the Biden administration's all too frequent posture of appeasement toward Iran and the lack of clarity
I think they're about to pass
the
it.
administration has telegraphed about U.S. support for Israel
We'll listen. We'll
Is it-
listen for audio.
emboldened Iran to reach further and engage in the kind of escalation that we saw this month. Madam President, bad actors around the world are flexing their power right now. Iran in the Middle East, Russia in Europe, China in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. And these powers are forging alliances with each other to advance their activities. Iran has provided Russia with weapons to use in its war on Ukraine and is working with Russia to produce drones at a Russian facility. Meanwhile, Russia has committed to supplying Iran with fighter jets and air defense technology, assets which, as a recent Washington Post article noted, and I quote, could help Tehran harden its defenses against any future airstrike by Israel or the United States, end quote. And when it comes to China,
I'm still waiting.
the Secretary of State recently reported, and I quote, we see China sharing machine tools, semiconductors, other dual-use items that have helped Russia rebuild the defense industrial base that sanctions and export controls had done so much to degrade, end quote. Madam President, in the face of increased aggression from these powers, the United States' response needs to be one of strength. And that includes not just having a strong military and a strong economy, but engaging on the global stage. As I said, bad actors will fill any space they think they can fill. And when the United States and other free countries abdicate leadership on the global stage, bad actors will step in to fill the vacuum. The foreign aid contained in this bill is an important part of telegraphing America's refusal to cede the global stage to hostile powers. It will help demonstrate to Iran our support for Israel and help our ally rid itself of the threat of Hamas.
Say anything about
on its
Putin or
border.
Ukraine? Because I've seen some people voted in favor. They just focus on the Israel part, even though it's smaller than the Ukraine portion of the aid, to kind of avoid the Ukraine question altogether, because they are kind of antsy about what their base thinks about sending any money to Ukraine. Or not even sending money, since we're loaning money to Ukraine, sending any munitions to Ukraine.
Will help make it clear to Russia that the United States is not going to give Russia free rein in Eastern Europe. It will help make a...
By the way, can I also
investment
throw
in our
out there
own-
that all the biggest proponents for Ukraine to change it into a loan instead of aid, immediately once it was changed into a loan, they all switched their tone to, well, they're never going to pay it back anyway, so don't give it to them. Oh, come on.
Industrial base and replenish interceptors that we've used in the Red Sea. And it will let China know that while Taiwan may be small, its backing is not. And Madam President, sending these messages is important. is in our nation's interest to ensure that a newly victorious and emboldened Putin isn't sitting on the doorstep of 4 NATO states whom we are bound by treaty to protect. It is in our nation's interest to ensure that a China inspired by a Russian victory in Ukraine doesn't decide that it's time to invade Taiwan. And it's in our nation's interest to ensure that Israel is equipped to defend itself from Iran and its terrorist proxies. Madam President, I'm pleased that in addition to the funding for
Mr.
Israel,
Sullivan,
Taiwan, and
Mr.
Ukraine,
Sullivan.
we've considered
Here we are.
before.
Aye.
Wait, it was just one person? Okay, so now they're just waiting for all the scragglers to come down to the floor and go yay or nay. There needs to be, like, I know they have a majority whip and a minority whip. There needs to be, like, a Senate cattle prodder. They give some staffer a cattle prod. And if they don't vote fast enough, they come up and just, come on, a little bit. Just a little bit of chutzpah, a little bit of energy. Like, get with it. Go. Come on.
The bill before us today includes some new measures. Notable among them is legislation to ban TikTok if the company is not purchased by an entity unaffiliated with the Chinese Communist Party. Currently,
Oh, by the way, once this passes, that TikTok bill is also part of the package. We haven't talked about it. But apparently, we're going to give the Chinese about a year, or TikTok about a year, tied to a company
Ms. Warren,
tied to China.
aye.
Okay, so Elizabeth Warren voted in favor. It means that if the Chinese government doesn't sell TikTok within the next year, once this passes, then TikTok cannot be operated within the United States. And we've been given every indication that they will not sell. So once this passes, in effect, we have a delayed ban of TikTok coming to the United States if they don't sell it, which is likely.
Party is able to gain unlimited access to the account information of TikTok users, if it so chooses. And the news that emerged last week that the Chinese embassy has actually lobbied congressional staff.
This is crazy. This is true that the Chinese embassy invited over congressional staff from different offices to come meet with them. I don't think we know which staff or which people were involved in this process or whatever, but it is pretty wild that they did that. I don't think they realized that would have the opposite effect, but
against legislation to force the sale of TikTok was a stunning
Mr. Cardin,
confirmation
Mr. Cardin.
of the value the
Aye.
Chinese
Mr.
government
Cruz,
placed.
Mr. Cruz, no.
Cruz voted against it. Ted Cruz. We actually have Ted Cruz's reasoning to vote against it. I had it ready because he put out a statement before the vote. Let's read it. This is one of the toughest votes I've cast during my years in the Senate. It was a close call because there are good elements in this bill that I strongly support. First, as always, I strongly support military aid to Israel, particularly in a time of war. That's why several Republican senators and I went to the floor last November to force a standalone vote on military aid, only to be blocked by every single Democrat. Oh my gosh, blocking a vote on military aid to an ally? Typical Democrats. Typical Democrats. Never. God, that's why I'm a Republican who would never do such a thing, our party. Emergency military aid should have gone to Israel over 6 months ago. And every day of delay has been due to Democrat obstruction. Man, ain't that interesting? I feel like he's leaving a crucial piece of the puzzle here that anybody who's been following this since the beginning would immediately realize. Second, the bill forces the Chinese Communist Party to give up control of TikTok in the United States. This is incredibly important for national security and helps safeguard our young people from CCP propaganda. I don't know about that latter part. The third bill includes $8 billion in funding for our Taiwanese allies to defend themselves against the aggression of the CCP. I have long emphasized that China represents the most significant long-term threat to the national security of the United States. Taiwan is on the front line of China's global aggression, and it is critical that the U.S. continue standing with the people and government of Taiwan. That being said, the other elements of the bill were too problematic for me to support the entire package. First, the bill spends over $9 billion in so-called humanitarian aid, much of which will go to Hamas-controlled Gaza Strip and is sure to be diverted to fund yet more terrorism. Let me just throw out there, if a people or...
Mr. Coons.
Senator Chris Coons. If a people are starving, if they cannot sustain themselves, if a people have no other alternative, that is the time when they turn to radicals. If you want to push people into the arms of Hamas and just starve the people and say you don't get aid, you don't get food, there is no responsibility for those who occupy the land to feed the people on the land, then I don't think you're going to have a good solution. If anybody wants a political solution, an inevitable political solution between Israel and Palestine, I mean, there has to be a political body to negotiate with, and having food and being able to survive is part of that. Second, I am very concerned about the $3.4 billion for migration and refugee assistance. Okay. Finally, the decisive reason I could not support this bill is it did nothing to secure the Texas-Mexico border. As I've said many times, we are facing an existential crisis, a full-on invasion on our own southern border. Democrats desperately wanted to pass this Ukraine aid bill, so much that the world watched the ridiculous spectacle of Democrats gleefully waving Ukrainian flags on the House floor of the United States House of Representatives. It's difficult to imagine those same Democrats ever waving an American flag with the same joy. Once again, I introduce H.R. 2 as an amendment to this bill, which would have done much needed work to secure our border. If H.R. 2 were added to this package, I would have readily voted for Ukraine military aid. But I cannot continue to allocate funds to secure Ukraine's border before we secure our own. Okay, so there's a few things I want to throw out here. So the first thing I want to throw out here is H.R. 2, the thing he's offering as an amendment, has no chance of succeeding. And never had a chance of succeeding. H.R. 2 is Trump's security bill. Wall on the border, Trump-era policies reinstituted. You guys lost the 2020 election, and you guys did not have good enough results in the 2022 election to force it through without a filibuster. So, tough shit. Win an election, then you get to choose the policies. That's the first thing. Outside of that, you have to negotiate. Trump sunk the immigration compromise negotiated by Senators Chris Coons. I believe it was Senator Chris Murphy and Senator James Langford on the Republican side. He shot it down because he wanted no immigration reform during a Biden presidency. So, the immigration stuff, I kind of dismiss out of hand. Second thing, Democrats waving the American flag with the same joy. Democrats wave American flags. Democrats like America too. This idea that Democrats don't like America while Republicans love America. I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen a ton of Republicans waving American flags on the floor. I haven't seen that before. I mean, but I would never throw out there that because I haven't seen that clip, now I'm going to imagine that Republicans hate America. If I see a Republican waving the Israeli flag, I'm not going to say that they hate America. I always thought this was stupid. We had our flags waved on the floor of the Ukrainian Rada. I don't know if you guys saw this. Here's Ukrainian flags on the floor of the House. Here's American flags on the floor of the Ukrainian Rada. Or I guess you can call it the American Rada now, if you're to listen to people like Representative Mike Collins, that now thinks this is the Ukrainian parliament because we showed some solidarity with an ally. But the thing about this that really gets me is that Senator Ted Cruz opens this by saying, God, I love Israel. Oh, Israel. Oh, Israel. Yes, please touch me right there, Israel. Right? He is quick to give Israel billions upon billions upon billions of dollars of assistance with no addendum that it needs to be cudgeled on border control. There's no, there was never any amendment said that in order to send aid to Israel, you need to have compromise on the border. You need to have border reform. If we're going to protect Israel's border, then we need to protect our own border first. This is only applied to Ukraine because supporting Israel is politically advantageous to Ted Cruz, but supporting Ukraine is not. So he will abandon his values in favor of political opportunism when it comes to Ukraine, about standing up strong with America's allies. But when it comes to Israel, due to both the Israel lobby's strength, the power of the Israeli community when it comes to the religious view that many evangelicals have of Israel, due to his probably just personal support to Israel, maybe just a little bit of favoritism on his part, he doesn't need any border compromises for Israel aid, but needs border compromises for Ukraine aid. It's hypocritical. Why is it that you are willing to defend Israel's border with no precondition about an immigration bill being passed, Trump's immigration policies, for God's sakes, But when it comes to Ukraine aid, it's totally different. He was willing to pass a standalone bill, as he says here, for Israel. But that same logic doesn't apply to Ukraine. And the largest war in Europe in the world. Europe is our main export market. It's not like there is an interest that we have at stake there. It's simply flowing with the wind because his spine is made of jelly. He's floating with the wind. It's not the populist thing right now to fly the yellow and blue, so he's against it.
The yeas are 79. The nays are 18. The motion to concur in the House amendment to the Senate amendment to H.R. 815 is agreed to.
It passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 598.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Georgia N. Alexakis of Illinois to be United States District Judge for the Northern District of Illinois.
I send the cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar number 598, Georgia N. Alexakis of Illinois.
79 to 19. So that means the majority are Republicans because we have about 48 Republican senators. 19 voted against. That means the majority of Republicans voted in favor.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the motion is agreed to.
I send the cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 211.
Yeah, that's it. They closed the debate. The American Rada. Amen. American Rada has come. Oh, it passed, man. It's over. The Ukraine aid is coming. Ukraine aid is coming. Ukraine aid is coming over that hill. Man, 6 months. 6 months. It feels a little anticlimactic, doesn't it? 79 to 18. That's so overwhelming, man. That's so overwhelming, and we were held up for so long. It's the same bill from 6 months ago with just a few alterations to make the people who made it feel special. It's just like NAFTA Plus. It's the same thing, but Trump got to put his logo on it, so he feels good about it. It's the same bill, but the Republicans got to put their logo on it, so they feel a little better about it. At least Johnson did. 6 months. I mean, this aid we could have gotten aid there more for the Battle of Avdiivka. We could have gotten aid there for so many different battles. So much time has been wasted, but at least it's finally over. And I know that the Biden administration has been pre-positioning aid in different European countries, including armored vehicles, to be ready to send right over the border after the aid gets approved. So I wouldn't be surprised if in the early hours of tomorrow morning, we're going to have staffers in Germany and Poland and all these countries quickly packing everything up, getting it on the trains. It might already be on the trains, honestly. They're just waiting to hit the go and then send it on, barreling down to Ukraine. It's going to take weeks for everything to get there. But from what I heard from, I believe it was Senator Mark Warner. No, it wasn't Mark Warner. I think it might have been Mark Warner. They said that ATACMS, which was also part of the bill, could be in Ukraine as early as next week. Man, so long. Such a wait for a process that, I mean, they did it like that. It was that quick. It was done in a fortnight. Done in an afternoon. It was done in an afternoon. Man, we could have gotten this done so long ago. This should not have been a situation where I leave Ukraine and we're debating aid to Ukraine, and I come back to Ukraine and I'm on the train talking to territorial defense guys working in air defense, and they're asking me, is the aid going to pass? Is it going to get through? Is it going to get through? I should not have been able to travel back to the United States, wait for 4 or 5 months, then travel back here, and we're still having the same conversation. That shouldn't have been possible, but that is what happened. We got to live with it. We got to live with the time that we lost. But hey, we got it through. It's an accomplishment. We got Ukraine aid through one way or the other. And it's going to have an impact. It's going to help stabilize the line because right now, and I mean, this is the question of like, how long did we wait? Did we wait too long? My answer to that would be absolutely. I think we waited too long. Senate adjourned. It's over. Now it goes to President Biden's desk and Biden will be voting on it. Biden will be voting, well, not voting on it. He'll sign it. Biden has already indicated he's going to sign the legislation. So all this needs now is President Biden's signature. So that could be signed as early as tomorrow, and then the aid will be shipped out afterwards. But when I say that time is of the essence, let me tell you guys about a report that we're getting today. A report that caused one of my friends a lot of concern, and they were messaging me about this. So the Russians have made a breakthrough. So the 112th Territorial Defense Unit was rotating around here. This is the Avdiivka axis. Avdiivka is around this area. You can see it's down here, and some villages they've taken since then. Apparently, the 112th, they were trying to rotate out with the 47th, and it didn't succeed, and there were reports that the 112th left their positions. And then the Russians pushed through, pushed up to here, this village, and have entered this one. And this is a rapid advance that is concerning a lot of people. They've advanced they've advanced 3 kilometers, which of course that doesn't mean the front line has collapsed or anything, but breakthroughs like this are concerning. It means losing defensive positions very rapidly that should have cost the Russians tens of thousands of soldiers. And ultimately, while I'm trying to still figure out why the 112th pulled back and the 47th had to be rerouted back to continue to support when they were going to take some time to rest, the same 47th that did the offensive down in the south and did some fighting in the Kharkiv area, I was looking around and I found this, and the Ukrainian armed forces are claiming that Russian forces use chemical weapons to break through the front and try to storm the village here. And we can read a little bit of the reporting from the Kyiv Independent on this. Russian forces are deploying chemical weapons in an attempt to capture the village of Ocherenty in the Donetsk Oblast, the spokesperson for Ukraine's group of forces said on April 23rd. In a post on Telegram, Volshilin said Moscow's troops were using the entire arsenal of weapons available, including chemical poisons, to attack Ukrainian positions, adding the situation was difficult. He did not specify which type of chemicals were being deployed, but hundreds of cases of the use of suffocating and tear gas grenades. This is what I know Jimmy Rushton, who we're going to try to have on the show in the near future, he's already agreed to come on. It's just trying to find a date to talk about the use of Russia's use of chemical weapons. But they have used chemical weapons in this war. And Biden said in March in 2022 that if the Russians were to use chemical weapons in this war, it would come with, brutal consequences. But since then, I haven't seen anything in direct response to that use of chemical weapons. Now, you could say that since he made that statement, America has provided tons and tons and tons of support, and that in and of itself could be a response. But I think it would be better if there was a direct response to this to try to discourage them from doing this in the future. Because what's happening is chemical weapons are, once again, somewhat useful on the battlefield. Because of how this positional fighting is. If you have a trench that the Ukrainians are defending and you've sent like 5 or 6 or 7 waves at it, all repelled, lost a bunch of armored vehicles, you're looking at the casualties and it's a problem. Well, one way to scare troops out of that trench might be to drop tear gas grenades on them. And maybe the tear gas grenade doesn't kill them. Now, a tear gas grenade, if it gets into like a trench and hits something flammable, it can start a fire. It could still, choke people. It can still do long-term damage. It can have a bunch of debilitating impacts on soldiers. But the main impact I think we should turn our attention to when a tear gas grenade is dropped in a trench. And let me just say, those are illegal. Those are illegal to use in armed conflict. Definitely when you're talking about dropping these things in enclosed little trenches, holes in the ground, where the smoke is going to fill up the entire area, not even talking about the fire starting, but the panic that sets into a soldier. If a grenade falls from the sky and it lands next to you in your trench, and then chemicals that you can taste and you can smell and is taking over your senses and you can't breathe start to fill up the trench, well, people with any basic understanding of history and what those chemical weapons can do to a body and what they did to bodies in World War I and other wars could inspire somebody to just get the fuck out of there, abandon the trench in the panic after those chemical weapons have been dropped. And when we're talking about the 112th have had problems before, But if you haven't had interactions with these chemical weapons before, if you don't have gas masks, if you're not prepared, I could see a bunch of soldiers panicking and just abandoning a position because they don't want to just breathe poison till they die. But these weapons are banned under international law being used on the battlefield, but they are being used on the battlefield. We know that that is happening. And it seems that the Ukrainian armed forces is reporting that part of this breakthrough was Russian use of chemical weapons. And while it's not getting much attention on CNN, it might not get much attention on NBC News, it might not get much attention on the mainstream media, even though, illegal use of chemical weapons feels like it should be more than just a little blip on the radar. It should be at least a headline or two. It's getting no attention. Almost like the Russians have exhausted the West's concern about this type of brutality because, of course, the Russians are always doing brutal things, I guess. But no, this should be getting, I think, revamped attention. There should be questions of, hey, President Biden, you said there would be consequences if they use chemical weapons. They're using chemical weapons. What are you going to do? What can we do to reassert the existing laws of warfare that both nations, Ukraine and Russia, entered this war both claiming to respect, which included non-use of chemical weapons. In fact, Russia in 1993, I think it was in 1993, when there was a provision before the world to ban nuclear weapons, a treaty to sign, the Russians signed it before us and championed it as a way to say, look, we're not like those Americans. See, we're outflanking them on this humanity stuff. And now it's 20 years later, and they're violating the treaty that they used to brag about signing. Is it only tear gas, or have they stepped it up to nerve agents? Well, there have been reports of use of more dangerous and deadly chemical weapons. There have been reports of that. The only stuff that there is physical evidence of, and when I say physical evidence, like a full-fledged report, is the tear gas and those types of irritants. But there have been reports of all type of chemical weapons being used on the front line. It's just that the one I'm talking about, the tear gas report, which is from the Telegraph and Jimmy Rushton, definitely has a lot of substance to it that some other reports might not have, and that's why I'm pointing that out. Because I want to work in what we know is true, not in the rumors, which many of them may be true, the rumors. I would not be surprised to learn that the Russians are using chemical weapons in all these other instances as well, or in all these other types as well. I mean, the Russians do, they've used chemical weapons. They continue to use chemical weapons. But I just want to work in what we know. Anyway, this is something that concerns me too. And this is something that I'm going to be keeping an eye on, this breakthrough. As the Ukrainians are struggling to try to stabilize the situation. But I really hope they don't just take the whole village and break through with the use of chemical weapons and just ammunition short, just combining into them capturing these villages. Because if it is successful, and they have used it in other instances to some success, the more successful it is, the more the Russians, with no response, are going to use chemical weapons on the battlefield. And the last thing I want to do is just be like, okay, I guess Ukraine, here's your chemical weapons. This is how we're doing this now, I guess. I'd rather not do that. Oh, also, I know you guys really like Congresswoman Jamie Crockett. She recorded a segment with CNN talking about the Putin caucus in the House. And I wanted to play that quick because I know you guys really like her.
I do want to applaud the speaker for finally waking up and deciding that he wanted to stand on the side of governance instead of obstruction. And, he said that this aid is timely. It is not timely by any stretch of the imagination. This is one of those things that he finally had to settle in and realize that there's actually more support for Ukraine than he thought. He could have actually passed every single piece of legislation on a suspension. He didn't even have to go through rules. That's how much bipartisan support existed. Now, honestly, we know that the Democrats, per the usual, are the ones that held it down. But Marjorie Taylor Greene saying that we need to fund the border, well, she needs to go talk to her master, AKA Donald Trump, who specifically said, do not go through with the border bill. And that's the only reason they don't have anything. So if she has a problem, she needs to go talk to Donald instead of blaming her speaker. And also, she's talking really big talk about how she believes in governance. And so that's why she wants to be responsible, because she cares about the institution. She didn't care about the institution on January 6th.
Damn.
Or even after January 6th, as she continues to support those that were trying to tear
That is funny. Hearing Marjorie Taylor Greene make an appeal to institutionalism is very funny.
She cares about the institution. She didn't care about the institution on January 6th or even after January 6th, as she continues to support those that were trying to tear us down. So I don't really have much patience for Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has done everything that is the opposite of anything that will keep this country on track.
Damn. It's the opposite of anything that will keep this country on track. I couldn't think of a stronger condemnation than those words. So, man, we passed it. Do you guys want to look at any more of the debates? We could listen to J.D. Vance and everybody who opposed it, but, like, what would be the purpose? I guess it would just be to dunk on them at this point, since it's already passed. Oh, this candle's still going, huh? I gotta get a new candle. I've been candle maxing recently. I've been enjoying my candles. I'm simping? Never simp for a politician. They will betray you every time. No simping. No simping for politicians in my chat. I will not allow it. I will not allow it under any circumstances. No simpage. No simpage. No simpage allowed. Her drip is sick. Her drip's okay. I need some candles. I like candles, man. I like candles. I gotta say, people feel bad when they give people like a gift of a candle, but the people who don't appreciate candle gifts are the people who don't like candles. If you like candles, you appreciate candle gifts. People think if you give somebody a candle as a gift, that's inconsiderate, that shows a lack of thought. No. It is the lack of thought of the candle receiver for not appreciating the gift. What's this? Verifying my device. You better not be hacking my computer. U.S. to pay victims of Larry Nassar $100 million over FBI failures. The settlement with around 100 girls bring the final price tag for settlements over the former gymnast team doctor close to $1 billion. Damn. $1 billion for a single man. How can one man cause so much damage? Jesus. Come on, that's a lot of money. Am I back in Ukraine? Yes, I am. Did you see Tom Susie's speech in the House before the passage of the bill? I didn't. Was it good? Should I have checked it out? Wait, should we just check out the live Twitter reaction? Is that what we should do? I feel toxic doing it a little bit, but I kind of want to just see what people are saying. But I gotta say, 79-18 is a very good vote margin. It's a very good vote margin for the Senate. Very good for the Senate. We had 73% in the House. At the end of the day, it was overwhelmingly supported. What is this? Marie Le Pen's having fun in Africa, apparently. I wonder what she's doing over there. Oh. That doesn't look lovely. You think that guy survived? Think he made it? I don't think he made it. I see a lack of angry responses, honestly. And usually in my For You pages, there's a lot of angry people. What? I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. Why is that? Why is that in my Twitter feed? I don't even need to know. I don't want to know. Why is this furry stuff in my Twitter feed? Oh, I follow this artist. That's why. Not much. Well, we got these college students dancing at the Columbia anti-Israel protests. Pro-Palestine. Netanyahu is quaking. He is quaking. This vote we got a message from Zelensky. I am grateful to the United States Senate for approving vital aid to Ukraine today. I thank Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Republican Leader Mitch McConnell for their strong leadership in advancing this bipartisan legislation, as well as the U.S. senators on both sides of the aisle who voted in favor of it. The vote reinforces America's role as a beacon of democracy and the leader of the free world. I'm also grateful to all the Americans who continue to support Ukraine and recognize the historical significance of this bill extends beyond politics. I equally appreciate President Biden's support and look forward to the bill being signed soon and the next military aid package matching the resoluteness that I always see in our negotiations. Ukraine's long-range capabilities, artillery, and air defense are critical tools for restoring just peace sooner. I like the use of the word just peace. Okay. Not much angry response. I guess everybody who was angry about the aid passing has already gotten it out of their system. And they just don't want to engage in any more doom posting, I guess. I wonder how Zelensky will be remembered. I mean, we won't know until the war is over, right? That'll depend on whether they win, lose, something in the middle. I wonder how Zelensky will be remembered. I don't know. Legacies are a tricky thing. That is true. Very tricky thing. I'm kind of interested in seeing the whiners. Do you guys want to see any of the whiners? Because I know Senator Lee comes up soon. You get Majority Whip Thune, Senator Cardin, Senator Kelly, Senator Collins, Senator Murray. The real opponent is Senator Lee here. Senator Lee, Mike Lee, is a big opponent of Ukraine aid. Not opponent of Israel aid, mind you, but a big opponent of Ukraine aid. Zelensky's fine, but his circle around him, like Yermak, are the traitors of Ukraine. Oh, I'm not going to call anybody the traitors of Ukraine. But Yermak is, he's not loved, in my experience. Most people do not like Zelensky's advisors in this country, at least in my experience. Sure, let's hear the pro-Russian position. Okay, why not? Why not? Let's hear what Mike Lee has to say. The ever always informative Mike Lee.
Madam President, I'll speak just a moment, and I know that we're going to, as the day goes on, I'm sure we'll have a mutual admiration society of the Wilsonian view that permanent Washington has about foreign policy of this country.
Wow.
So I do not wish to speak about that at this time, and I do believe that view is on a collision course with history and the will of the American people. But I do...
Majority of Americans still support aid to Ukraine. I do not like... I lose respect for people once they start claiming the American people. I really don't like it when politicians go up there and say, the American people want this, the American people want that. Who American people? What American people? Do you mean the majority of Americans? Or are there Americans that exist within America who believe it? That I can believe, but that's not all of the American people. There's very few issues where you can get up and say, the American people want this, and you can like say that confidently knowing the vast majority of the American people support it. I don't like that. I don't like it when people get up and do that. It gets under my skin.
I rise to speak about sort of the process of the Senate.
It's like it's an appeal to authority, but the authority is vague in nature, and it can only be vague in nature because it's the American people. You cannot call the American people and ask, is it true? The closest you can do in polling data, and the polling data, the majority of Americans still support aid to Ukraine.
Where we're at, how we got here, And to quote a famous St. Louis and Yogi Berra, it's like deja vu all over again. Here we are debating. Senator Lee, my friend from Utah, has a motion to table, essentially Senator Schumer's effort to fill the tree. And so to the American people who are watching or listening or being reported upon, that means that the majority leader of this chamber is boxing out everyone. That's right.
He's stopping amendments. He is doing that. He's trying to stop the amendments because he doesn't want the process to get complicated. He wants to get the bill through smoothly. He's stopping the amendments.
99 other people who were elected by an entire state to advocate for their interests don't get a say. They don't get to offer an amendment.
The only amendment I would offer is splitting up the bill into separate packages, but I mean, I don't think I'm accomplishing that.
They don't get to say, I would like to build a unique coalition with either somebody from my own party or somebody on the other side of the aisle on something we might agree upon. I think the world's most deliberative body has been reduced to kabuki theater.
Wow.
There's no uncertainty ever.
Kabuki theater is awesome, though. Have you guys ever sat down and watched kabuki theater? Good stuff.
The only time, and this is the cold hard truth to my friends in the gallery, the only time you get to offer an amendment in this place is if it's sure to fail. Think about that. Senator Schumer won't allow United States senators to offer ideas unless he knows they will fail. And so to my Republican and Democrat colleagues who may be watching on TV or their staff, it doesn't need to be that way.
Don't hold it up for 6 months, and then maybe you can consider every little amendment, whether it would succeed or fail. We dealt with this a lot earlier, but now time is of the essence. Chemical weapons being fired, breakthroughs at certain points of the front, villages being stormed. Maybe if we did this in September, this could have been deliberated and we could have had it all done in October. But that is just not how history went.
This is perhaps one of the most obstructive measures that the majority leader employs, and I don't pretend it's just him. I think one of the things that all of us have to look in the mirror about is whether or not that's what we want this place to be. If we think that, Mr. President, you and I, we've come together on an issue that affects both of our states, we should be allowed to offer those things up. We don't get a chance to do that. Appropriation bills. I know that the Senate appropriators have worked hard on individual bills. Chuck Schumer didn't allow those bills to be debated on the floor. Never happened. We ended up with a few minibuses. That would be a great reform. And how about instead of every hour, maybe you show up, or what if we sat in our seats and actually voted on this stuff for 4 or 5 hours? We could get through a lot, but the senator from New York is allergic to work unless he can control the outcome. Or say, if you object now, everyone has to, they change their plans last minute. Or if you don't support this without an opportunity to affect it, you're against, pick the poison. You want to shut down the government. Or you're for Putin. All these ridiculous things that get thrown out here. Open it up. And I'll tell you why.
I mean, you might not be pro-Putin, but I mean, whether you like it or not, if you're stopping the aid package and if you've been blocking it for all this time, doing everything you can to derail it, I mean, you're in effect pro his policies. Because that's your legislative effect you're going to have on the war. If you're trying to derail the trains loaded with aid going to Ukraine, how can I interpret that as anything else?
It won't happen because it's a real threat. It's a threat to him. Because the idea that other senators who aren't part of, the two that get to make all the calls, that we would find a different way. That's a threat to his power.
You had 6 months to find a different way, 6 to 7 to 8 months to figure it out, and you didn't. It's like when I was listening to the progressives who were concerned about voting for Ukraine aid, if it was bundled or stuff like that. I was always thinking, like, okay, if you don't like it, I'm not a fan of it either. Propose your own Ukraine aid bill. You can do that. You can go out and be like, you know what? In fact, I don't think this is enough. 70 billion. What would stop you from doing that? Nothing would stop you from doing that. You can do it yourself. Introduce the legislation.
Right now, he gets to say, come to me with everything. I'll put it in some omnibus. There won't be any time to debate it. They probably won't be able to read it. But if they don't vote for it, you want to shut down the government. So, to all the senators, I would like to work with you to dislodge this concentration of power that no doubt our founders would be rolling in their graves over. This diffusion of power that's defined by our separation of powers and federalism was meant to spread it out, to protect individual liberty. It certainly was never intended for one person in the Senate who can always be recognized and, like last week, did something that had never happened in the history of our republic, which was to dismiss articles of impeachment, even though we're supposed to have a trial. Now, granted, he had accomplices in that. Every single Democrat voted with him. But he's recognized first. He can fill the tree. There are no amendments. We have to beg to be heard, which is why I objected to that farce last week. I don't think it's becoming of United States senators to say, oh, thank you, Senator Schumer, for giving me 2 minutes to speak. Anyway, there's a better way. It's playing out again here today because we are essentially taking what the House gives us. The upper chamber is capitulating to the House to say we can't actually affect this thing. We can't change anything.
You could have done it for I've already said my point. You just go on.
And if you do it, pick the poison. You're threatening the security of another country or something ridiculous. So
if you hold up aid for 6 months, that's what you're doing. If you hold up the aid to our ally for 6 months, that is what you're doing. If we held up aid to the Soviet Union as the Nazis marched on Moscow, and we held it up and continue to hold it up, oh, should it be a loan? Well, how about we tie immigration policy to it? Or how about we tie this to it? Why don't we attention? Don't say gay bill to the aid to the... Well, then, yeah, at a certain point, you are endangering the security of not only that other country, but also the United States by extension.
With that, Mr. President, I would just hope that this is a clarion call for reform. The Senate is broken. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Please, next.
Senator from Utah. Mr. President, I echo and endorse the wise comments just uttered.
Dude, this guy's Twitter spats are just the worst. Every time his tweets end up in my feed, it's just dribble.
My friend and colleague, the distinguished senator from Missouri. What we're witnessing here is the destruction of the legislative process in the Senate. Wow. The Senate's here today preparing to vote on one of the most significant pieces of legislation this entire Congress. That is on a bill to send nearly $100 billion overseas, and senators are unable even to offer an amendment to that bill. By filling the amendment tree this afternoon, the majority leader has prevented every single member of this body from offering amendments to the legislation, any efforts to improve it. If we want to have any amendment considered, we have to beg the majority leader
Wait 1 second.
to let it come before the full Senate for a vote. Now, you may remember that just a couple of months ago, we were in a very similar position on a very, very similar bill. Senator Schumer promised a fair and open amendment process on the National Security Supplemental in February of this year. But not one amendment, not a single amendment, was considered on the Senate floor. Republicans filed over 150 proposed amendments to improve the bill, but not one vote on a single one of those amendments or any other was allowed. Why? Why? Well, Senator Schumer blocked every amendment from even being considered by filling the amendment tree. That blocked all of the other 99 senators from participating meaningfully in that process. Now, why wouldn't he want amendments? That is, after all, the hallmark characteristic of what defines us as a body. It's why we call ourselves the world's greatest deliberative legislative body. So why wouldn't he want those? Well, I think it has a lot to do with the fact that an amendment might point to some of the weaknesses in the bill, some of the defects of the bill. It might prompt members to, I don't know, slow down and ask whether this is a prudent idea to send a lot of humanitarian aid to Gaza, up to $9.5 billion of it that could go there, with minimal guardrails, where Hamas will with certainty seize it to wage war against Israel. Or if the
Gonna throw the Tabasco bottles at the Israelis.
U.S. taxpayers should be footing the bill for quote-unquote gender advisors in Ukraine's military. Should they...
When you say gender I don't even, like... I'm gonna look into it, and it's gonna be like, it's gonna do with the, like, recruitment of women and how to make military units suitable for women when it comes to their, like, you know, bathroom toiletries and stuff like. That's probably what it is. And it's, what does he think it is? The Ukraine, like, Azov's trans unit, they're gonna have the trans stormtrooping that's gonna be storming to take back Avdiivka.
Really vote for a bill that does this? That's what an amendment forces.
By the way, look how we go to. We go down all the way to the gender advisors. We're not even talking about, like, what is that? Like $1 million out of like a $60 billion bill at the most? Why are we not talking about the real substance of the legislation? When I talk to Ukrainians about this bill, they're not like, oh God, we can't hold back the Russians. Quick, get the gender advisors from DC. Like, this is not the substance of the bill. Come on.
All of us to ask ourselves and decide on one particular question or another. But leadership in the Senate wants to avoid these thorny questions that might rock the boat. Leadership wants to ram this bill through the Senate with minimal debate and perhaps no amendments, because they know that aspects of it, especially the $60 billion for Ukraine, are massively controversial with the American people.
The vast majority of people support aid to Ukraine. So it might be controversial with his base, but his base doesn't represent the American people.
Who elected us, those who pay taxes to fund
those who elected him, not the rest of the people. Hate this. I hate it. I hate it when politicians take the cloak of the American people and cover themselves in it as they make their political points.
Now,
if you ever claim the American people's support, it must be immediately followed by a poll that shows overwhelming support. For example, the American people broadly support IVF treatment. 88%. 88%. The majority of evangelicals, the majority of hyper-religious people, the majority of progressives, the majority of conservatives. I can say the American people supports IVF. I can say that confidently. He cannot say that about opposition to Ukraine aid.
Colleagues and I are working in good faith to reach a unanimous consent agreement to bring forward a handful of amendments and set up a standalone vote in exchange for expediting the passage of the bill. We nearly had that agreement locked in late Friday night. An agreement to vote on just 2 amendments and 1 standalone bill. But a couple of senators on the other side of the aisle panicked and started objecting to any and all agreements. They panicked because they knew that one of those items set up as part of the UC, the standalone legislation, to redesignate the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization, this amendment offered up by my friend and colleague, the senator from Texas.
Wait, okay. So my main critique of the legislation is that it's all bundled together and should be split apart. So Mike Lee's solution is to make it more complicated and add amendments to now include the Houthis in the legislation. Now we got to include designations of the Houthis as a terrorist group, which would then cripple NGO aid work in Yemen, which is facing famine and all sorts of... Why would that... Again, like, vote on it separately. Why? Whatever. I guess if it's going to go through as a bill together, then might as well start attaching your stuff to it.
Might actually pass. Remember, this is the same entity that's been firing on U.S. forces in the region and those of our allies. And yet, they couldn't let that happen. Democrats will agree only to amendments that they find politically palatable or no, will not pass. Now, it's not always been this way in the Senate. When I first joined this body in 2011 as a new member, individual members could call up our amendments freely and then make them pending. And the Senate would then have to dispose of them, as it does with pending amendments, either by voting them in, voting them out, up or down, or by a motion to table or reject them. But members had to vote. They had to take ownership for their opinions in public. They had to let their constituents know where they stood. Today, the majority leader hides the ball from the public by filling the amendment tree, ensuring that the amendments that he and his party dislike will never see the light of day. This is a circus. It's a madhouse. Filling the amendment tree isn't about creating an orderly process. It's about limiting real debate. When we had an open process, when members could call up their amendments and make them pending on most bills, it actually sped up consideration of a bill. Members knew that they'd have a fair shot in the debate eventually, so they'd be more cooperative. They'd be more willing to collapse time, wait until the next bill to offer their amendment, or take
how are we going to talk about the substance of the bill? Can we go for it? Does he talk about the substance at all?
Of anyone desiring to lead our conference. Thank you, Mr. President.
No. Okay, so we're not even talking about Ukraine aid.
Mr. President,
Senator from Vermont.
Bernie's back?
I rise in the unusual position of supporting Senator Lee's effort to open this bill up to amendment votes. I don't often agree with Senator Lee. I know that it is...
Again, the only amendment I would add is split it up. That would be it. I wouldn't start adding shit about the Houthis and everything. It would just be doing the same thing they did in the House. It's the only amendment I would end up adding. Anyway, I think that's that. I don't think there's anything else to talk about. There's nothing else to talk about when it comes to Ukraine aid. We passed Ukraine aid overwhelmingly. W. I don't know what else. W, man. W. Man, we just covered the legislative process of passing Ukraine aid for 4 hours. You're not going to get that type of constant coverage from CNN or the mainstream news. And if you want to support our continued independent coverage of the legislative processes behind supporting Ukraine, behind the war in Israel, between Israel and Hamas, or just our general on-the-ground coverage over here in Ukraine at all, we're continued to be demonetized. YouTube just re-added another 3 months to our demonetization. So if you want to support the channel, as we've been demonetized for 190 days, you can go to DylanBurns.tv, donate, sub, support the channel. Or if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to your Twitch account and get a free Twitch Prime sub to drop for the channel at no cost to you. If neither of those options work, you can also go to DylanBurns TV on Patreon to support the channel through our demonetization, as we're finding other ways to support our on-the-ground journalism, because I will not compromise on continuing to film these documentaries. Who did I piss off at YouTube, man? I don't know who I pissed off at YouTube, but they don't like me, man. They don't like me over there at YouTube. They don't like me. I don't know what I did. I really don't. You should play this clip at least once a month. What is this? Give me. Ring the bell. Give me money. Subscribe. Anyway, back to the death of hundreds of thousands of people. A good clip. That's a good clip. A great clip. I stand by that clip. I stand by it 100%. Wow, Dylan, grift has been exposed. True. High Progressive is my main contact to the criminal underworld. That's allowed me to grift here. If I'm going down, I'm taking them down with me. PA primary election results are coming in? Oh. Okay. Well, I don't know how interested I am in the primary. I'm more interested in the general. I gotta make a big file on my hard drive that says High Progressive's crimes and take all my data that I have on him, so that if I die over here, all they find on my hard drive is just tons and tons of documents on what High Progressive has done. In fact, I should write a letter in advance that specifically highlights that he did it. However I died, doesn't matter, he did it. He was behind it. So I can tie my destiny to his destiny. Don't O.J. Simpson me, please. Too late. You've already been Simpsoned. Send me the dirt on all the chatters, Dylan. I will release it. Oh, I have a death switch for everybody, okay? My death switch is exciting. Okay, I don't know what else really there is to talk about tonight. Plus, we just covered the legislative process for hours and hours and hours. So, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go probably play some Fallout New Vegas because I just want to play some Fallout New Vegas. So, I'm going to send you guys over to...
And I have to accept the outcome. Also,
I'll send you guys over to IRI. I'll send you guys over at Twitch over to IRI. You have a good time over with IRI. For the rest of you, I will be live here tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 p.m. Pacific. I know we didn't get to watch that Hassan debate, so we'll watch that probably tomorrow. Hassan debated a child. I don't know how else to say it. He debated a child. He finally debates somebody, and it ends up being a literal child. Very interesting. Isn't this the thing that we were critiquing Ben Shapiro and gang for doing for so long? Whatever. Who cares? Stream Fallout. No, this is a personal play. And to stream is to perform. Maybe I'd play New Vegas on stream in the future. Maybe in the future, but not now. It's my private time. It's my transport away time. It's my I don't need to think about all you schmucks in chat time. He's got sex mods. I will have you know I don't have any mods except for anti-crash mods and 27 different types of gay sex mods. But besides that, no other mods. Kidding. Anyway, if you want to support the channel, you can go to DylanBurns.tv, join the rest of the site chatters like Sebson, Melody Rain, Captain TBT, and AAB425, and having your messages appear on screen. And if you support the channel, all donations on the website, all of it goes to the channel. On Twitch, some of it goes to Twitch. On the website, all of it goes to the channel. Follow us on Twitter, 1776. Follow me on Instagram, DylanBurnsTV. Support us on Patreon, DylanBurnsTV. Subscribe to us on YouTube, DylanBurnsLIVE and DylanBurnsTV. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Okay, now that the Twitch chatters are gone, it's just me and the rest of you guys in YouTube chat now. Now I can tell you guys all of the secrets. All of the real secrets. Okay, the first secret is Destiny is actually Albanian. And he's been hiding it from you guys for a very long time. He is an Albanian nationalist. This is a long Albanian op by Destiny. I noticed it when I opened the door to his his hotel room at one of the political events. Albanian flags everywhere, bumping Albanian rap music. He was packing in like machine gun after machine gun rifles, high explosives. He is a deep Albanian op. That is my message to the rest of you. That's my secret message. Okay, that only the YouTube chatters get. For the rest of you, have a great rest of your day. See you guys tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 p.m. Pacific, 1 a.m. in Kiev, right here. Bye-bye.